Oh god, cord, where are you even going? Okay, well, whatever. No. No.
It's doing something weird, but seems to have sufficient length for it not to be a big problem.
Yep.
Welcome to the Rembrandt and Chicken Show.
Oh, and the robot has already seen us.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I was just about to check that.
Meow. And oh yeah, I need. Okay, excuse me, Remy. TV's not on yet.
You mentioning the Rembrandt and chicken show, Daniel, reminded me of, it made me think of Chicken Boot. Back in the day, I so wanted a Chicken Boot t-shirt, and I couldn't find one. Never did find one. I can't believe that nobody made a Chicken Boot t-shirt. Chicken Boot is a very charming chicken.
You can probably get them printed on demand via like some Warner Brothers app or something now, but expect extremely low quality fabric.
Yeah. Well.
Because print on demand is basically fast fashion. It's, a bit cheaper.
Chicken Boo is a very handsome chicken, and he deserves to have his image on the.
He's a giant chicken. What if the Sir Barrington story was inspired by Chicken Boo?
Good evening, Internet. It is 8:11 p.m. on Thursday, November 7th, 2024. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. This is Remy. And tonight, we are going to be continuing Shadows over Loathing. Last time, we graduated college in an afternoon.
Diploma mills, alright?
Yeah. We got our degree. We majored in botany with a minor in astronomy and an elective of spiders.
And they made you teach the spiders course yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems like a clerical error of some sort.
Yes.
Nothing like a room full of kids chanting 9 spiders, 9 spiders, 9 spiders.
Come on, chat. Update. There we go.
So, what's going on with the stream title this time?
So the last curse had us write a birthday wish to Julius Caesar in Latin. That was not an accepted birthday wish.
Well, Toda Res Est.
Illa tota res est.
Come on.
That's what it's all about.
Ah. Oh, okay, whatever. Apparently, the sensible way to dispel that curse is to put down not let you run by Henricus.
Mm-hmm.
So you can send a card to Caesar that just says Henus. And as a result, you get a fancy-looking hallway with a dour-looking stick man wearing a conical polka-dotted hat, frowning at a card. Which is to say, it's Caesar's birthday, he's wearing a party hat, and he's just read a card that says Henus. He's like, what? Hey, it's time to talk to all of your crap to get notes.
Mm-hmm.
I pronounced that weird. It sounds like I was talking about getting beef.
Clumsy! Thank God you're finally awake! Am I? If you say so. What's eating you? I'm at my wit's end! Charles Wallace has gone missing! Really? Where did he go? Wouldn't be missing if I knew that. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Okay, I'm panicking. Come on, Jessica, don't panic. I do know where he went before he went missing. What happened? We're having trouble getting the Detectatron to focus on the next artifact. All we could get was the Big Moist.
Ew!
The Big Moist? The Big Moist? It's a swamp north of Porkham, and I'm pretty sure that the entire swamp is not the cursed artifact in question. Charles went out there yesterday afternoon to see if a downed power line or something was causing interference. Huh. And he hasn't come back yet? No, he hasn't. Maybe I should go looking for him. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Come on, get a wiggle on for crying out loud. Charles could have been eaten by a gatorman by now. Map of the Big Moist.
That looks like a piece of cheese.
Is this map a slice of Swiss cheese? It's a sponge. Which deli have you been going to? A sponge is definitely not a map. You're going to a swamp. It's soft, damp, and it has holes in it. What do you want from me? Alright, okay. Did you say something about gatormen? Gatormen, you know. I don't, which seems like a good thing. The Big Moist is home to a tribe of nasty and belligerent half-people, half-alligators. They don't take kindly to intruders, such as, for example, Charles Wallace. Or me, presumably. Are you chickening out on me now when a friend's life is possibly at stake? I'm going.
Sunk cost savings.
You check the message pad next to the phone. There's a message from Rufus at SIT. Remy, don't get on my desk.
Slowly ready. Sounds going on here. Yeah. seem to have done quite the rotation.
She's like, this isn't what I wanted.
Lo and behold, it's what happened. You want to smell something?
Call Rufus back. You dial the number. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please hang up and... Rufus? Oh, it's you, Clumsy. Sorry about the subterfuge. I had to tap into the university line to get a phone down here, and that isn't, strictly speaking, legal. Anyway, I think I figured out the next step in building my quantum telecommunications device. Can you come to my lab as soon as possible? Okay, see you soon. Cat squish.
What is that? Let's go. Also, before you go, please, in the antique shop, there are new books. That's how you're supposed to learn Latin stuff, and there's some shenanigans.
You take a look at the recent bookcase acquisition. Charles just can't resist the antique bookshelf man and his amazing deals. Wow, I can't believe I slept through the antique bookshelf man. All the books are in Latin. Never learned Latin myself, so who knows if it's the history of the Roman Empire we got there or pornography. Could be both. You know any Latin, Clumsy? Clumsy, that's my name.
Oh.
Yes.
Also, if you wish the Emperor happy birthday in Pig Latin, Henricus is offended.
Oh, that's Latin for little, right? So you know a little Latin. Check the books. Jesus, I have smelled. How'd that slip in there? Better take it. Clearly too modern to have any resale value in an antique store anyway. Queso Fustulento. Hey, Mom. Could you hand me my ice cream thing? Thanks.
Travels in the many terrible cheeses she encountered. Laura Mitchum Duller Cidamet appears to be about graphic design in the Holy Roman Empire. Consecutor ad Pisky. Yep. Hard to imagine it. I love that. Laura Mitchum Duller Cidamet appears to be about graphic design in the Holy Roman Empire.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, Jesus I have smelled. That's a fish. You should not apply fish to your cheeses. That may have been the issue. Now go about smelting your cheeses.
Collection of Latin literature. In an antique store, these things sell like hotcakes, or a calidum crustula. You read the author's account of the world's worst-smelling cheeses. It inspires you to feats of great stench. You got a skill, Queso Fustulento. There's an epilogue, but due to a misprint, it's in a really, really small typeface. You could read it, but it's going to take some effort. Squint at it. You read the epilogue, and you're glad you did. It describes even stinkier cheeses than the main book. Queso Fustulento has been upgraded. You wrinkle your nose so hard at the thought of them that your nose knocks the book into a nearby sewer grate. Very stinky.
So steam. Effective map of the moist things.
You seem to have taken a wrong turn somewhere, unless you were trying to get to a subterranean maintenance corridor filled with steam pipes. Maybe you were, considering its SIT and all. You turn around and start to head back, but a homemade, well, classroom-made probably, maintenance robot trundles into view and turns a valve wheel. Hot steam shoots out of a nearby pipe, blocking your exit. Hey robot, turn that steam off. Well, fine, I'll do it my... Beep beep! Oh, come on. Fight the robot.
Silly robot. Maybe it finds your name to be racist. Look at being robot.
Oops.
I'm grabbing a drink.
You won. You shut off the valve wheel and escaped the maintenance tunnel unharmed. Somewhere on the other side of campus, a toilet explodes. Oh, hello again. So what's the next step? I don't have to go back in the sewers, do I? Oh no, this is much more straightforward. Well, your part of it will be anyway. That's what I like to hear. I need some way to broadcast the quantum signals from this Fishman Pearl over as broad an area as possible. And I figure the most robust transmission network available is the commercial radio band. The nearest broadcast tower is the Radio Shack at WGCR in the Big Moist. Okay, what do I do there? Just take this transmitter I've built and plug it into their console. That will transmit a special frequency out over the radio. Then I just need a bunch of different test readings so I can adjust the signal for latency, data loss, and so forth. Rufus's transmitter. You don't really understand what this machine does, but Rufus asked you to hook it up to a different machine that you also don't know what it does.
I'm sure this won't fail weirdly.
All you have to do is find as many random radios as you can, tune into WGCR, and use this receiver to test the transmissions. At least 10 different radios should be enough. Let's call it 11 just in case. You're not sure what this receives, but whatever it is, it's important to Rufus.
Sounds like a good time.
Gotcha.
Also, it looks like since you had already solved the thing, that you missed out on... Let's see.
The Latin phrase book.
Yep. So, next time you're in a fight, I'll read those shenanigans out for the audience.
Chapter 4. Swamped. You wouldn't trust this rickety old shelter to protect you from a single raindrop. It's a notice board. See what there is to notice. There's a poster from the local tourist bureau advertising something called Mud Hinge. Apparently it's the biggest hinge in the county. Might be worth a look. poster grabs your attention. Missing Tom Chapman. Inquire at Largemouth Bass and Sons. The face of a teenage boy is circled in an attached photograph. A portrait of the boy and his elder male relatives, each holding a largemouth bass proportionate to his own height. There's a similar poster right beneath it. Missing Kathy Tracy. Inquire at Largemouth Bass and Sons. What is going on at Largemouth Bass and Sons?
They're running a missing persons thing.
Make a missing poster for Charles. While you don't have a pen with which to attach a poster to the notice board, you could write Charles's name on the missing posters that are already there.
Inquire Charles Wallace.
Add and Charles Wallace to both posters. Great, perfect work. Better hoof it over to Largemouth Bass and Sons.
Stars and farts, that's dumb.
I've already noticed everything worth noticing. Okay.
Cool. Now, how's your XP doing? I wonder if you have a reason. Something.
Nope.
You spent it on Ascension.
Mm-hmm.
Control on. Anything about like chug a cheap coffee or something? We get extra
To get what?
an extra EP.
No.
Because you haven't any questions to me.
That's true. I'm good.
But you're going into battle. Okay. Didn't expect to run into her here.
Your slog through the swamp is interrupted by an unfortunately familiar face. There you are, dearie. How nice to see you again, although I would have wished for a more festive setting. But I'm afraid this can't wait for the winter snow. Ah, geez, not you again. Me again, Dark Noel at your service. You'd be doing me a service by leaving me alone. Now, don't be such a Grinch. I have presents for you. What's a Grinch? Wait, did you say presents? That's right. Painful retribution and Yuletide curses. It was very clever of you hiding in the Institute all warm and cozy behind the Dean's wards where I couldn't get you. But now that you're near the source of our power, it's time for me to deck your halls, if you get my meaning. I'm just looking for my uncle. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know anything about the Dean or your plans for those weird dreams or any of it. She lays a finger aside of her nose, and her eyes start to glow red and green. Swell. Oh, great.
He's got some weirdos with him. Heavy slab and a thing. It's emitting shadow hexagons. And by shadow, it looks more like the void of space, because I think it's just stars. No, it's a shadowy hexagon.
And a shadowy slab.
You should return that. Oh, and a shadow spider, of course.
Mm-hmm. This is far too unjolly for my taste. You won. Noel scuttles away with a "you haven't seen the last of me" or some cliche.
Get out of here, you chew boss. Mudhenge, where we keep our mud. It's kind of gross, really. So amidst the Latin phrases you can learn, these are my jewels. Take them at the man. Carthage must be destroyed. Carthago the Landest. Happy birthday, Natalis Felix. Do not disturb my circles. No tubare virgolos mix. If I cannot reach heaven, I will raise hell. Yectere si nec leos supros acranta movebo.
Moebo.
Do not trust the horse. Equinacrid. And a very rare bird. Which apparently rare is a freaking Latin cog paint because it's rarissimo.
Rarissima.
Yeah,
Albus.
rarissima Albus.
Albus. A very clean booth for such a muddy hinge. Welcome to Mudhenge. What is this place? Friend, it's Mudhenge. What's that? It's one of the area's most popular hinges. Folks travel from all over to see this mysterious mud. I've heard of Stonehenge. Is it like that? I don't see the comparison. You know? She sighs. Look, we could talk for hours about Stonehenge. Stonehenge is big. Stonehenge is strong. I've gone over all this. So with respect, what I'm interested in talking about is Mudhenge, which is a formidable monument in its own right, and so much more than a first draft of Stonehenge, as they sometimes say in the magazines. What's so special about Mudhenge? Special? Well, during the swamp solstice, it's said that the needle of a compass placed upon the central altar will point not west, but secret west, where lies the thing you need most. Special enough for you? When is the swamp solstice? If you're in a swamp, it's pretty much always the swamp solstice. What is secret west? I'm no mystician, but secret west is the direction in which lies that thing your heart is most missing, and it's said that a compass laying on the altar of Mudhenge during the swamp solstice will point to secret west. That was the object of the Mudhenge challenge, but of course we don't run the challenge anymore. Chalhenge. Too hard. Too many missing presumed deads. What does that mean, the thing your heart is most missing? Well, it's kinda up to you. Up to your heart, that is. Could be a secret crush, that new job, maybe just a piece of bread. I guess you could say that my heart is missing Charles right now. Charles, is that your secret crush? Maybe you're my secret crush. Sir, I'm married. I'm looking for someone. Charles Wallace, about my height, similar build. Another missing person? Another? I don't mean to upset you. Mudhenge can be difficult. Some folks have a habit of walking into Mudhenge and never coming out. That's why we don't promote the Mudhenge Chalhenge anymore. That doesn't sound like a challenge. That sounds sort of like murder. But it's that very real risk of going missing that makes Mudhenge such a popular destination for tourists. Tourists want to go missing? Oh sure, folks get their thrills in different ways, but in the end, we all got to get them. Me, I like to make earrings out of live scorpions. Is that dangerous?
Depends on the scorpion.
Mostly for the grasshoppers on my shoulders, but again, they need the thrill. So have you seen Charles? Sorry, couldn't tell you. Folks don't always leave a name when they visit. You don't have a guest book? Used to. Then one night it wandered into the mud hinge and never came back. I'd like to visit Mudhinge. Well, and why wouldn't you? It's the best and most mysterious hinge this side of the border. Admission is too meat. What border? I believe it's all of them. Here. I knew you wouldn't be able to come all this way without seeing the famous Mudhinge. Here's a pamphlet that goes over just about everything we know about the history of this ancient monument. History of Mudhinge. Short brochure complimentary with your admission to Mudhinge. I'll be on my way, thanks. Don't be a stranger. Someone's going to lose their job at the bits factory. Little is known about the history of Mudhinge. Okay.
That's a pretty short brochure.
Mm-hmm.
Almost robot building.
Makes you act earlier in combat until you use another potion. But you would almost certainly drink it even if I tried to explain to you that you shouldn't.
You didn't actually need to pay the money. Oh.
Whoa, that was weird. Translated, the message on the rock reads, "Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the hewed tower." Recording. Why did it disappear? Old sunken boxcar nearby, okay.
Failure of debouncing, I believe.
Hello. This crazed gator man appeared out of nowhere and is champing at the bit to make sure you're nowhere 5 minutes from now. Wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, have you not seen a gator man yet? Sorry, it's hard to keep track. These are the guys Jessica mentioned, and they're pretty much what you'd expect from the name Gator Man. They're intelligent, upright-walking alligators. They have tough, scaly skin, lots of teeth, and pissy attitudes about everything that they aren't already eating. They especially hate intruders, and are the second biggest reason that this swamp isn't a popular tourist destination, the first being it's a swamp. In any case, the gator man in front of you looks like he wants to give you a bad time. Clean his clock.
Man Mush Muncher.
The gator man rallies for another round, but a hand rises from the swamp and drags him down screaming.
Well, that's unsettling.
A backpack stashed in the swamp is certain to contain illicit material. Parental guidance is advised. There's a complete change of clothes in the sack, and a black embossed card sticking out of the back pants pocket. Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the hewed tower, a phrase so nice you've read it twice. The nudist's creed, nothing is worn, everything is visible. You'll like to leave everything in the bag where you found it. Nothing is your size anyways.
Backpack full of illicit stuff in the swamp. Is that a reference to forest porn?
The whole of the law shall be.
And that's inevitably what you find if you look in like an abandoned tribe or something in the middle of the woods.
Wait.
Who the? Who are you following?
Stop. Do I have to be naked?
I think that might have been the hint. Yeah. You probably don't need to be unarmed.
Stop.
Let's see. You have to pull lots of woods around here.
Oop.
Up, left, down, left.
Okay, maybe being naked doesn't have anything to do with it.
Those seem to probably be the case. So if you encounter the phrase book, some additional options appear in these chapters. You can tell the berserker fellow Agi, Carthage must be destroyed, and he'll begin his warning. If you tell the old wise man Friedno, do not trust the horse, he'll say he never has and he does not plan to start. You already have the option to write a very rare bird. If you write anything weird or punch the card, cleanse the curse.
Whoa! Hello, we've met before, haven't we? When we meet, it is not me. Huh? It is not much time. This to help you go where you are going. 1/3 full gas can. Is that for the bus? I don't need that anymore. I got enough gas for the bus. More than enough, actually. Sorry. I come to give help. I come from far away. I come at great personal cost. That's nice, but I haven't had to fill up a bus in quite some time. Sorry.
What the heck? Yeah, that was a little bit unsettling. Bug said there was an old boxcar nearby that the railroad company abandoned when it sank into the swamp.
Yep. Okay, so now what? Can I... Okay, I can just leave Mudhinge. All of a sudden you hear a gator man screaming wildly to your left. Ah! And then just as suddenly another gator man starts screaming to your right. What the? You hear an angry snarl behind you and turn around. Another gator man. Oh no! Oh yes! And then you hear someone say, ugh, behind you, so you turn around. There's another gator man. You're surrounded. Oh crap. Fight them. Oh no, my spider.
Good man, scream mouth. You won. Geez, maybe that'll teach him not to sneak up on a guy like that. Pants.
Gatorman skin pants. Not to be confused with Gatorman skin pants. These are pants made of skin and worn by a Gatorman. You're not sure what kind of skin they're made of. This swamp mushroom does not appear in any mycology texts because mycologists famously refuse to get their shoes wet. Nasty pastry. You wouldn't feed this to a dog, though you would throw it at a dog if the dog was clearly a threat.
Big extension.
Oh hey, Buck finally found you. What? How'd you find me? I just took a guess on where you'd go, honestly. Cripes, Buck, don't go disappearing on me like that again. Aw, shucks, Molly, were you worried about me? Applesauce, we're pals, ain't we? And even if we weren't, part of my job's to keep tabs on you, you know. Sorry. This looks very dangerous. Climb in anyway. These poetry books are full of slant rhymes.
Eh.
It's a diagonal hobo, although I suppose from your perspective he looks normal. Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was living here. I suppose I should stop being surprised by that. That's quite alright. I'm Pepperidge Dauphin. Welcome to my humble abode. Thanks, I'm Clumsy Robot. Nice boxcar you've got here, apart from it being a little steep. Steep? Oh, yes. You know, I've grown so accustomed to the tilt I hardly notice anymore, apart from when I try to play marbles. Your game must really be going downhill. Yes, quite. Ask him some questions. Your accent is different from most hobos I've met. Well, my family is from old money, you see. How old? Old enough that it all turned to dust. All that remains is a rambling old manor house that I can't afford to maintain, so I decided this would be a splendid opportunity to expand my horizons. The horizon is typically a bit more level. Why are you living in a boxcar in a swamp? Well, to be honest, it's been difficult to part with the old estate. This is as far as I've been able to get before the homesickness becomes overwhelming. Aw, how bittersweet. Indeed. I wonder if you could spare the time to help me. I could be done with the place if I had a proper souvenir. Specifically, my father's collection of antique padlocks. And you can't get them yourself because of the memories? It's more a lack of memories. I've forgotten where the keys are. Sure, I'll help you. Thank you. There are 11 locks altogether. Except they won't actually be all together, will they? I'm afraid not, no. Here, I'll mark the location of the house on your... Is this a sponge? There's also something I should tell you about the house.
At least it's not a piece of cheese.
Oh good, here it comes. I just wanted to let you know there aren't any ghosts haunting the property. There aren't any? That's correct. Not a one. My family never suffered any violent or traumatic deaths. This is something you felt you had to warn me about. Not really a warning as such, I just thought you might like to know. Huh. Well, okay, thanks. I'll be right back with your 11 padlocks.
Good to know about the lack of ghosts.
This would fail a railroad safety inspection for at least 2 reasons.
You must get out to the right thing.
No.
Okay, just three.
Hist! Get an eyeful of those 2 big palookas over there. Hist? Molly points out 2 burly men dressed in leather and furs burying the body of a dead gator man. Well, considering the swampy ground, they're less burying it and more just covering it in mud. They look up in surprise as Molly saunters over nonchalantly. What's the dope, Bruno? You fitting a lizard with a Chicago overcoat? Uh-oh. No, doll, it ain't like that. Ain't it? My peepers ain't... Oh, geez, Buck, come look at this. Go look. You take a closer look at the body of the gator man before it disappears into the mud. He's dressed in some kind of uniform with an official-looking cap and epaulettes, and a big canvas bag. These 2 mugs have gone and blipped a mailman. That's a caper that'll bring the G-Men down on you like a ton of bricks. No, look, we didn't. Ha! Tell it to Sweeney. But don't flip your wig, sugar. We ain't pigeons. We won't rat you boys out to the flatties. I appreciate that, miss. We've set up something of a trading post here for leather goods and the like, if that tickles your fancy. Consider your options. The 2 men retreat into the clearing while you confer with Molly. Ooh, a leather store. Let's go ahead and have a look-see. Leather jackets aren't exactly in style. Maybe not, Buck, but a gator skin handbag is always the bits. If you check it out later.
I don't know where to go. Why is there a stink cloud floating over this wall?
Somebody's old campsite, and it looks trashed. Amidst all the garbage strewn about, you find a shiny 7/8" combination wrench with CW painted on the side. You got an item, Charles's wrench. That's strange. Obviously, this belongs to Charles, but he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd lose one of his tools carelessly, nor the kind of guy who'd leave trash around his campsite. You look around more carefully and discovered weird tracks in the mud. Big, clawed bipedal tracks. Maybe Gatorman tracks? And there's a spot where some kind of scuffle clearly happened. Oh, geez, well, that tears it. Charles Wallace must have gotten kidnapped by Gatormen. Maybe he dropped the wrench on purpose to attract your attention. Hopefully you can find him soon.
Is the wrench broken?
Nope.
Nope. Just a key. Hey, brother.
This tree has a hole in it. Conveniently, the hole is slightly larger than your hand. Honestly, for what is ostensibly a horror game, we've had way too few opportunities for you to stick your hand into a suspicious dark hole. Reach in. You slowly reach inside the dark hole. It's damp and ominous, and then, you find a key. Sorry, that scream wasn't really justified. Dolphin padlock key. This key is returning to the earth whence it came.
It's covered in Bob Ross's Boss. Trade box.
This door is padlocked. Looks like this car was left to rot. Unfortunately, it hasn't yet rotted enough for you to get past the locked door, which you need open. You unlock the car, destroying the hangar in the process. You search the car. It's empty except for the glove box, which turns out to actually be a key box. The key inside is not the key to the car, and if you have a sense of humor like mine, you'll agree this is a real shame. Tarnished padlock key. It must have been pretty humid inside that glove box. It boggles the mind how unmoored you'd have to be to build a manor in this defenseless place, though you have to admire the resources they've marshaled to do so.
Word. Marsh.
The front doors of Dolphin Manor is unlocked. What? The front door of Dolphin Manor is unlocked.
Leon, alright, had a stroke.
Apparently, Mr. Dauphin's love of padlocks was unrelated to basic home security. Click, you pop the lock off and the door unlatches with an ominous creak. Enter the garage. A workbench covered with tools, all rusted past the point of usefulness, even as bludgeons. Old Dauphin never got sick of tires. Some say that the most powerful tool is a padlock. It's really more the opposite of a tool, though, because it obstructs rather than facilitates what you're trying to do. These cinder blocks are totally waterlogged. Ooh, that's not good. One of those cinder blocks was standing way too close to the others. You explain personal boundaries to it and perform a quick procedure to make it a little less creepy. Fansworth Dauphin died of natural causes. Goldilocks Dauphin died of natural causes. Hortense. Mopey. Calpurnia. This bathtub is full of steaming blood. Oh no, wait, the red is just light coming through a stained glass rose hanging in the bathroom window. That doesn't really explain why the water is still hot, though.
You're using the curse rod now.
After a brief struggle, you reel something in. Shadow elixir. There's some extra meat on the line. Nasty goo. Shadow grease. Maybe it's full of deadly poisons. Doesn't work. Maybe something's wrong with the tank. Padlock key. Wet. Float valve hinge flange. This key is wet with what you hope is just regular water. This couch faces the wall. It must have been the Dauphin family's punishment couch. Uh-oh. Basement of the swamp house. Yeah. Basement of the swamp house is predictably completely flooded. You'll need some kind of breathing apparatus if you want to go down there. It's one of those serving carts they use in posh hotels and in posh manor houses, apparently, with a big silver platter covered with a dome-shaped lid. Just the right size to hide a severed head or a roast of some kind. Look under the dome. You cautiously reach out and grip the handle, then take a deep breath. Slowly, you lift the lid, tilting your head to peek underneath. Oh, it's empty. Oh well. Enough fine china to feed an army if only you could get past the padlock, and if you were in command of the world's hoity-toityest military. No padlocks on the dinner table. That's both a rule and an observation. The humidity has turned most of these dry goods into stale goods. One of those old fridges that people sometimes got locked into accidentally and asphyxiated. Oh wait, that's still all fridges these days. Maybe that's why it's padlocked. You got an item, recovered padlock. The fridge is empty of both expired food and expired hide-and-seekers. You do find a key inexplicably frozen into a block of ice, though. A key in a block of ice. The oven is full of gross, steamy swamp worms. Ugh. In Pepperidge's father's house, there are many drawers. Rifle-proof. Dire corn holder. A regular corn holder is a tiny vampire that drinks corncob juice instead of blood. A dire one also drinks blood. What? Ah. One wet cigarette. This is one of the only objects capable of giving you cancer and a tapeworm at the same time. Burtworth's finest tooth wax. Styptic pencil. These are for when you cut yourself shaving, but it's not like you're going to void the warranty if you use it on something other than leg or face or armpit blood. Comfortable-looking bed, free of bloodstains or vaguely person-shaped lumps under the blanket. Ooh, shiny. Someone must have traded in a key-shaped tooth. Wardrobes were very important in old houses like this that didn't have built-in closets to keep skeletons in. Wire coat hanger. Work pants. You relieve the furniture of its contents, none of which are skeletal unless you count the coat hanger. Nice. A shelf full of books about sports. The titles are all too boring for me to even tell you what they are. The toy box is disappointingly empty, not even a BB gun or a creepy doll. Maybe the doll's hiding elsewhere. Porquoise torque. This type of necklace is called a torque because it stays on your neck due to torque rather than any kind of clasp or hook or whatever. Porquoise earrings. These beautiful but ostentatious earrings make it so the rest of your body wants to keep up with the Joneses, who in this context are your ears, Margaret and William Jones. Grindstone ring. This ring makes you want to punch somebody in the hopes doing so will make the ring less uncomfortable. Disappointing padlock key. You were hoping this key would be much fancier. This bed looks inviting, but nobody seems to have accepted the invitation for quite some time. The cedar chest is locked and easily big enough to hide a skeleton in, or even a whole body. It's a fancy vanity, which appeals to your pedestrian vanity. Radium rouge? The convenient thing about products with radium in them is that they're easy to find in the darkness of the coffin they'll ultimately put you in. Lots of boxes, but none of them say padlocks on them, and you're not motivated to search them otherwise. Who knows what grisly things you might find. You assume that Dauphin was superstitious enough to not store any padlocks on the east side of his attic. That's how you get family curses, probably. This workbench is strewn with bits and gizmos and bits of gizmos. Amongst all that, you find what looks like a miniature radio carved from driftwood. A radio small enough to carry? Amazing! Maybe if you listen to it periodically, it'll warn you about any nearby monsters that are actually manifestations of your repressed traumas. Or maybe it'll just give you the baseball scores. You got an item, handmade radio. Build a better radio and the world will beat a path to your door. A better one than this one, I mean. You hold the radio up to your ear. "Remember, Ralphie," says a woman's voice, "you mustn't ever open the door to strangers." A boy's voice replies, "Okay, Mom, because it might be a kidnapper or a murderer, right?" "Oh, I'm sure that would never happen, but it might be a vacuum cleaner salesman, and we already have one." so the Puba helmet does not count as a breathing apparatus. You see a plume of smoke coming from behind a nearby clump of trees and brush, and as you draw nearer, the sounds of ragged cackling and giggling can be heard. Ooh, could it be a coven of real swamp witches? Sadly, no, but what you do find is possibly even weirder. A gang of scraggly-looking swamp hillbilly vampires tending a ratty old still. Oh, hi. You fellas cooking up a batch of corn? Nope. Rats. Ew. Of course, now that you're here, a whole other recipe comes to mind. Magic up a solution. I'm pretty sure you can't actually make booze out of blood. It wouldn't ferment. Why not? Blood sugar is a real thing. Yes, but I'd have to be so diabetic I'd sweat pancake syrup. Look, maybe I can set you up with some more appropriate ingredients. A few quick mathematical calculations later, and you've opened a portal to the fruits and vegetables dimension and retrieved a bushel of custom bright red ears of corn. There you go, blood corn. I made it by crossbreeding regular sweet corn with blood oranges. Well, heck, I reckon that solves our problem nicely. Thanks, feller. Don't mention it. Nothing to see there. Hunter's beans, a veritable hill of them. The man observes you with monk-like serenity. Hi there. Looks like you've set up quite the trading post here. The other man shakes his head. Paul can't speak. Can't or won't? Don't. How did you become mute, Paul? Now that's a very personal question. Sorry. It ain't a problem, it's just a hobby of mine to make observations on the nature of questions. Basically, Paul lost his tongue in a poker game. It's awful. Back home, we play our strip poker high stakes or not at all. Can we trade? Pickaxe. A tool favored by miners for breaking rocks, removing hot dishes from ovens, trimming hedges, kneading dough, and catching baseballs. Sure, I don't have one of those yet. I'll buy one. Careful of him, or he might tan your hide. Something to say about the dead gator? Swear I didn't know he was a mailman. Would never intentionally hunt a mailman. Who are you? Me? Ain't much to my story. I'm a hunter named John Leathers, and if you can't tell from the accent, I'm from Albion. As a toddler, I hunt... What? Albion? Like England? As a toddler, I hunted small game like mosquitoes and gnats, then moved on to foxes and voles and such as I grew up. I like the game over here, but I've got my eye on the greatest hunt of all. What's that? Big picture, I'd like to build a ladder to heaven so I can hunt the dinosaurs. That's more of a 5 to 10 year plan, though. I don't think that's how either ladders or heaven works, but I guess it's good to have a dream. Wouldn't it be more practical to build a time machine? Now, that just sounds ridiculous. I never accused you of killing a mailman. Ah, hell, me and my big mouth. He was in my way, you understand? Had no idea he was a mailman. Never would have touched a mailman if I'd known. And my brother, he had nothing to do with it, understand? I swear it. What's wrong with killing a mailman? Listen to yourself. Can tell you ain't a hunter, all right. Most any species is fair game for hunting, but mailmen are protected by international treaty. Last hunter I know who hunted a mailman got pulled up by the International Criminal Court and mailed to Mars. Is he okay? Obviously he ain't okay. Don't joke with me. That's the nightmare scenario for a hunter. Getting mailed to Mars? Sends shivers down my spine, it does. John wipes his brow with the blade. Phew. Never been asked so many questions before. You can talk the talk, all right, but what about hunting the hunt? I got work that needs doing, but I ain't going out while they're searching the swamp for the sod who killed the mailman. They find me, I'm dead. You don't have to be a leatherman to know which way the wind blows. What are you asking me exactly? Working on something real important. A project. For that I need 5 gator hides. Even I know a place you might find them. Yeah, even know a place you might find them. Scoped it out myself. Couldn't be easier unless it was a smaller number of gator hides. Thank you. What's this project you're talking about? Not so fast. Need to know I can trust you first. I better be going. A sack of genuine leather. It's empty. It's only made of genuine leather. It does not contain genuine leather. The ambiguity is clear now, and the person responsible for the original description has been sacked. Wouldn't go in there if I were you. Why? Might not like what you see. Go inside. That egg is busted. Told you it weren't a pretty sight. I was looking forward to eating that egg all day, and come dinner time I only went and bloody dropped it. Sorry for your loss. I bet. A flash of light cuts through the trees. The glare passes, and then you see it poking its head out above the canopy. A telescope. Why, you fancied a telescope ever since you were a young boy. You'd press your nose to the window of the telescope shop for hours until the proprietor would run out and threaten to tan your glutes with a tripod. And I still want a telescope. And you've waited long enough. Go and get your telescope. Telescope in a treehouse. Sure, go there now. A bald cypress so tough and tall it's no surprise some fellow has chosen to make it a treehouse. Shout out. Hello? Hey mister, why don't you keep walking, huh? This here's Will Hunter's treehouse, and the rules is tain't no grown-ups allowed. You mispronounced aloud. What do you want to be so mean for? You're just like all them toochers at school. What's your story, Will? Tain't much to tell. I ain't all that interested, mister, I swear. Not to city folk like you, no ways. What's up there? Oh, it ain't anything, I swear it. You don't want to see anyways. I want to use the telescope you've got there. Afraid that telescope's the property of Will Hunter, same as my licorice collection. What are you doing in a swamp? Nothing special. Same things every boy gets up to, I reckon. Do I want to know what that is? I ain't telling anyways. Can you let me up? Oops. Hello, Will. Hello yourself and see how's you like it. I want to use the telescope you've got there. Can you let me up? No adult ever been up in Will Hunter's treehouse, and I ain't fixing to break that streak, not for nothing. You need to let me up. That's so. Well, what's in it for Will? Aiding my vital mission against the forces of evil. Mission, huh? That like a job? I ain't got no job, mister, and I ain't need one. I'm fixing to get by in life through general scampery. Sounds like a no on helping you up the tree. Maybe you'll have to think of something else. Just climb the tree. Enough of this. It's time to clasp your robust limbs around the trunk of the wet, shedding cypress and begin to shimmy. Hey now, this is a private treehouse. Stop or I'll tan you till you can't stand up. Take the risk. Why, there's no boy up in this treehouse at all, only the large and sagging features of a human face sunk into the tree's very trunk. Surely that can't be young Will Hunter. Oh well, I reckon now I ain't no keeping you from seeing my plight. I've been wicked, mister. What happened to you? Tain't much to tell. That can't possibly be true. The great tree sighs, shedding scraps of bark that drifts to the treehouse floor. Well, you ever hear of a doctor? Do you know what that is? Yes, Will, I know what a doctor is. Rub it in, why don't you? I already told you Will Hunter never got along with no toochers. I only ever met one doctor, Dr. Wiss. I lived on the same street as my step-aunt. 'Twas one morning he paid me 6 bits to paint his fence, and well, heck, I swear I was fixing to do it, mister, but I heard there was an interesting trout down the river, a little wider than average, but not very wide, just the way Will Hunter likes. How can a boy resist? Are you asking me? No, I'm telling you, mister, Will Hunter couldn't resist a gander at a trout, and any boy who says he could is lying. Anyways, Doc Wiss, he weren't real pleased. Had to teach me a lesson. He went and cursed me to be a tree. How did this doctor turn you into a tree? Don't ask Will Hunter how. All I know is doctors, they got all kinds of powerful tools. Tweezers, height chart, could have used anything. What lesson are you supposed to learn from this? That I ought to paint fences if I says I'm fixing to. Can you end this curse? Well, that doctor told me I'd be a tree till I could make good by painting a bunch of fences all around town. Hard enough for me to do that like this, I'll tell you. I could do that for you. Oh, Mr. Paint Fences, you wouldn't want to do that. What'll you give me for it? Say, that's the thought. Why, I got all sorts of treasure, mister, from gold bars to them pirate coins. If you help me out on this one, I'll give you the most valuable thing I own, a crystal. Okay, I'll do it. The wind picks up and snaps off a few weak twigs, but Will doesn't seem to mind. Say, that's real swell. Thanks a lot, mister. That doc who cursed me had a nice white picket fence, and he said something like, Will Hunter gotta paint 3 more fences just like this, or he'll be a tree forever. Paint 3 fences, got it. You can get my paints and brush out of my knapsack. I'd just hand them to you, but I am a tree. Is there a ladder you can put down? I suppose I can. Tain't a ladder in the way you and I know it, though, but part of this tree that I can sort of waggle around. If I were still a boy, I reckon I could say it's like my fingers and nostrils. Will Hunter extends his long, arborescent fingers and or nostrils through the hole in the tree trunk back to the swamp floor. You should be able to climb down those nostrils now. I'll see you around, Will. It's a Huck knapsack, the favored brand of rascals and imps. Will's paint and brush. Take care of those, will you? That long-handled brush belonged to a grandfather. Your grandfather? Don't think so. I'll keep an eye out for 3 fences. Much obliged. The telescope is a gateway lens that often leads to the use of binoculars. You see nothing out of the ordinary. Rivers run around the trunks of trees, crawdads and crawmoms make love upon the rocks, and a duck is impaled on the beak of a heron. Here in the swamp, it is a day like any other, and the circle of life turns on and on. When he reaches a certain age, a boy loses his enthusiasm for hoarding rocks in the treehouse. This is called the death of innocence. You find an old medicine show wagon overturned in the swamp. Most of its contents have long since hazardously dissolved into the local ecosystem, but there's probably some stuff left. A few damp toiletries and even damper medicaments. Rhino ball. A healthy haul. The mouth bass really are as large as they say. Hope you're not planning on sticking that rod in there. Largemouth Bass & Sons have the exclusive license to fish those waters. Is there any way I can fish here? No, Largemouth Bass & Sons has the fishing rights. Flex and say fishing right makes fishing right. That attitude might get you places at Smallmouth Bass and Nephews, but we run things differently here. Okay, fine. State your business. I'm here about the missing children. Tom and Kathy, yeah, that's a sad song. You'll need to talk to, I guess, either Mr. Chapman or Mr. Tracy about that. But I wouldn't let either of them know that you've been speaking to the other. The bosses, they don't talk anymore. Tracy Chapman. Why don't the bosses speak to one another? Between you and me, between you and me and 3,600 largemouth bass, Messrs. Chapman and Tracy haven't been on speaking terms since Mr. Chapman was snubbed at the Aquatomy Awards a few years back. They tolerate each other only because they both perform a function vital to the business, which is Mr. Tracy debones the fish and Mr. Chapman rebones them. Only then are the fish ready for sale at market. Are you saying you take out the fish's bones and then put them back in? It's tradition. For generations, a Chapman has deboned the bass and a Tracy rebones them. That unique process is what gives our bass its distinctive tang. What goes on at this place? At Largemouth Bass & Sons, we fish largemouth bass, and most of us are sons. What do you think happens to the kids? If you ask me, that's what I just did. They ran off. This life isn't for everyone, and Tom and Kathy, they never had the makings of a largemouth bass deboner or reboner. We'll be going. The sign identifies the waters as a site of historical importance. One more. This pool is the birthplace of Largest Mouth Luke, a bass present at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. On August 2, 1792, he returned to his home waters to die, but his body was never found. The viscous puddle reflects a gloomy face. Puddle face. Hello, sir. Can't understand you. You can't understand you. It's a puddle. Talk to him, the man. What's the matter with you? She's left me. Who left you? Amphibious truck. Oh, so not a person. No, I'm more interested in amphibious trucks. So what happened to your truck? Our truck. It's the company truck. We use it to take fish to market. A couple nights ago I forgot to fill her up before bed, and that must have really ticked her off, because the next morning she was gone. No note, nothing. Are you suggesting this truck is sentient? It's funny, I wouldn't have thought so, but I can't see any other explanation for it running off the way it has. Could it have anything to do with the missing kids? Tom and Kathy, you'd have to talk to Mr. Chapman or Mr. Tracy about that. Maybe they took the truck? I don't know, seems like a stretch. When did the children go missing? The same day as the truck, but I think that's probably a coincidence. What's this puddle here? It's the gas I never gave her that night. It's here now in our special place, waiting for her to come home. Is it working? Obviously, you can see that it's not. How far could someone have gone in the truck? With the gas left in her? Couldn't have gone further than 100 miles. 100 miles, okay. No, 100. Sorry, 100 is fisherman's lingo. It means 11. Missing truck, huh? That's a shame. She'll be back. She has to come back. She'll run out of gas otherwise, and then where will she be? Good luck with the truck. I gotta go. Yeah. The guard seems happy to be here, but skeptical of you. There's something fishy going on in there. Kitty. Chum bucket is inscribed, "A stranger is just a chum you haven't met yet." Fishermen's cats are a touchy sort and regard unproven outsiders with the highest suspicion. The cat avoids your touch. You get the sense that only true loyalty to the fisherman's cause will overcome its suspicions of you. Alas. Surely a fisherman yearns for a glorious death at sea, not to wind up behind a desk. Hello there. I wonder, do you ever wish you'd had a glorious death at sea? Oh, many a sea creature has tried to give me one pal, but before they can get their teeth in me, I've reboned them 6 ways to Sontag. He spits a wad of chewing tobacco out the door. Guy Chapman, Chief Reboating Officer, Largemouth Bass and Sons. Are you here about Tom? I saw the posters about the missing children. Find one child and you'll find the other. My Tom has been lured into the lair of Occam's gator by that Jezebel of a deboner's daughter. A good and true fisherman led astray by that delinquent sorceress who's never cared a Walt Whitman for what we do here with largemouth bass. Occam's gator? Chapman's cheeks darkened to the murky hue of a humpback anglerfish. As long as there's been a largemouth bass and sons, there's been an Occam's gator, to our great misfortune. I'd venture that there's no creature of land nor sea quite so terrible. 12 feet tall he is, red as a furnace, with smoke billowing from his nostrils. He and his rapacious appetites are a plague on our business. He'll eat everything we've got, largemouth bass, everything. Keep listening. Keeps me up at night, wondering what we did to deserve him. Is it a sin against the land to both debone and rebone fish? Perhaps. Perhaps. But damn it, that's what gives our bass its zing. How is Kathy responsible? Well, the arrogance of youth. Kathy Tracy never thought she had anything to fear from Occam's gator. She didn't respect him. Several times I caught her attempting to summon the beast by shouting his name 3 times in a mirror, or directly into the mouth of a bass. It was always going to end with her in Occam's belly. I just didn't think my Tom would be fool enough to go along with it. Being a little sexist, don't you think? Not remotely. I'm not saying anything about her gender at all. I'm only saying that she may have gotten my boy eaten by a gator man. But when you throw words like Jezebel around, that's a little loaded. Is it? Well, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm willing to change, but you have to be patient with me, alright? I'm old-fashioned, and I can't keep up with all these new ideas your generation has. Gender, penicillin. You think Tom could have run away on his own? Absolutely not. Tom's a 3rd-generation bass boy, proud and true. Why, just last month he said, "I'm excited about my future in reboning largemouth bass, Dad." Does that sound like the words of a boy with 1 foot out the door? No, there's a simpler explanation, the siren song of Kathy Tracy, who lures good men into the bellies of gators. Is there a finder's fee? 200 meat for starters, and my mother's fishing rod for the entree. On one condition, I don't want you looking for Kathy on Tracy's dime. It's Tom that needs saving, and he needs saving from her, so that's the condition. Oh, and you also need to find Tom. That's 2 conditions. How about throwing in fishing rights? Oh, your generation talks a big game. Big game about suffrage and self-governance. But in the end, what you really want is a largemouth bass. I'll give you 10 minutes alone with the fish. How about that? No questions asked. Is it a special fishing rod? It is, and I'll tell you why. It has never caught a fish. Oh, that sounds worse than a normal fishing rod. It has never caught a fish. It always catches 2. Don't know how it works. Don't want to know how it works. We just thank Poseidon for the bounty. Deal. Hurrah! Now I have no idea where you might find Tom, but what I'll do is let you into our quarters in the back. I know he keeps a diary, though I've never been able to make sense of the thing. Fundamentally, the way your generation speaks is utter nonsense to me. The mad ramblings of youth. Perhaps you'll understand it. Now bring him home, you hear me? I'm looking for someone myself. Charles Wallace? I know the name. Some fool wrote it on the missing poster I had up for Tom. I've been wondering who or what he is. Is he a fish? Then I'm not the person to ask. I'm a fisherman friend. My bag is fish. You're looking for a human, you want to be asking some sort of human fisherman. Haha. You are a human fisherman. His expression turned sour. Now that you've poked a hole in his premise, he has lost interest in the conversation. Okay, I don't know what your friend is, alright? What do you do here? I'm the chief reboning officer here at Largemouth Bass & Sons, like my father was before me, and etc. It's a wonderful life, a good family life. DC. Back there's the mess. That's okay, I don't mind. Not messy, it's the mess. As in where we have our meals. Oh, I thought they only called it a mess in the armed forces. And is fishing not the armed forces? What do we use to hold the rods, huh? Your arms? Clever boy. Everything on this shelf is labeled hardtack. The non-perishable and long-lasting foodstuff sustains the fishermen on their voyage from this building to outside this building. Broken bones pile high in the sink, detritus from the experiments of an apprentice rebounner. Unsuitable bones are ground up here into a thin meal. The sign claims that these are cups of homemade bone broth and that you should take one. Do what it says. Not one to question the instructions on a tiny sign, you grab a cup. Bone broth. Broth made from fish bones, not unlike the ocean itself. Lo, with the reboning knife of righteousness has a complete bass been forged. The Book of Karas. The bucket is secured to the floor. Those are decorative. And the chum inside is the very first batch of chum ever made by Largemouth Bass & Sons, back in the summer of 1803. It reminds us of our humble beginnings. Oh, revolting. The chum bucket is inscribed, "Champagne for my real chums, real pain for my sham chums." The chum bucket is inscribed, "Chum pain for my real chums, real pain for my chum chums." That one's a little more esoteric. Help you with something? Yeah, what's back here? Those are my crew quarters. Wait, you live here? Where the fish live, we live. I see. It seems that the leftmost locker belongs to Tom Chapman. It's locked. Crowbar. That wasn't quite what you intended to do, but luckily you did manage to reveal a secret cache hidden behind the lockers. Search Tom's hole. Tom Chapman's diary. It's possible that a largemouth bass fisherman could do their job while sleeping in a nice soft bed, but it's never been tried anywhere in the world. Oh, there was a door right there. This diary belongs to Tom Chapman. If found, please return to Largemouth Bass & Sons. For controversial thoughts and secret plans, turn to page 19. For information of no consequence, turn to page 33. Animal ideas. 3-toed squid. Chihuahua, big. 4-toed squid. Honey-hating bear. Rabbit, more teeth. Faster chimp. Grandfather cat. Balder eagle. Sleeping dog that lies. Egg cat. It's dangerous, but the only way we won't be followed is if we take the truck through the Gatormen camp. We'll ask Peter where it is. What lies beyond that door is only for fishermen. What is it? Fish. Can I fish there? Find Tom, then you'll get your fish. Emptied to magnify the misfortune of my stolen daughter. chance your daughter could have opened the safe? Impossible. I never told her that the combination was 3. Any idea who did this? I can't prove it yet, but I'll be damned if Occam's Gator did not have his claws in this. When did this happen? 3 nights ago. I'm still in shock. I can't even muster the strength to close the safe. I can do that for you, it's not hard. Would you? Sure. This grizzled mariner must hate being stuck behind a desk. Readings. As a mariner, do you hate being stuck behind a desk? Excuse me, I make 6 figures a year behind this desk. And mind your manners, you're addressing Adam Tracy, Chief Deboning Officer of Largemouth Bass & Sons. You must be Clumsy, the one who's thrown in his lot with that wretch of a reboner next door. Oh, surprised I know your name? Well, the largemouth bass have ears. I'd like to talk about your daughter. I don't see the point. You've thrown in with the Chapmans already. Sounds like she might have run away from home. I'll excuse the remark, as you don't know my Kathy, but suffice it to say that's impossible. Kathy loves largemouth bass almost as much as assuming preordained roles in a multi-generational family business. No, Kathy would not simply leave home. There's a much simpler explanation. Occam's Gator. Occam's Gator? A monstrous gator man, centuries old, 10 feet tall if he's an inch, with scales as blue as the deepest ocean. He has 2 tails sharp as razors, and he's not afraid to shave you. His appetites are insatiable. He'll strike at night and gobble up our fish, guns, tax returns, whatever. And now I fear my Kathy. I don't know what we did to provoke his ire, but that beast has bullied and bothered our business since my grandfather was in toddler pants. Sometimes I think the swamp itself has summoned him up to be our tormentor. Occam's Gator sounds made up. There's nothing made up about a giant blue gator man who eats guns. One of our gods actually saw Occam's, even took a shot at him, but conventional weapons have no effect. Are you saying you haven't seen Occam's Gator? I've seen the destruction he's wrought. I've certainly seen that. If Occam's ate Kathy, aren't we too late? Not necessarily. Occam's only handicap is his glacially slow digestion. Go ask Sylvester, a guard of ours. He was swallowed up by Occam's, but by stripping off in his belly and greasing his body in Occam's own fat, he was able to slither up and out of Occam's jaws while the great beast slept. Okay, where can I find Sylvester? I don't know. We had to terminate him for attempting to unionize. Of course. You think Occam's Gator ate Kathy? You have to understand, for decades Occam's Gator has been the sole author of this business's misfortune. Could he eat a child? Absolutely. That's his M.O., or monstrous operandi. My friend Charles is missing. Could Occam's have taken him too? Charles? Hold on, that was the name written on Kathy's poster at the bus stop. A nasty piece of vandalism for which I do not doubt Occam's Gator is responsible. Let's talk about something else for now. If you must, but I warn you, my daughter's abduction makes me a poor conversationalist. Do you think if Cicero's daughter was missing, he could have gone on and said all the famous things for which Mr. Cicero is known? What do you do here? As I've said, I'm the chief deboning officer here. My team and I debone the largemouth bass, after which it is passed over to my colleague across the way for reboning. I'll be on my way. Though the knife of the deboner doth still shape largemouth bass, and the world through our action, there are legion who do not believe, and wouldst tear down thy work. You're not close enough to read this. I absolutely am. Academy of Fresh and Saltwater Game Fish, Certificate of Nomination for Award, be it known that Adam Tracy was nominated for an Academy Award of Merit for Outstanding Achievement, Best Deboning Bass. What's back there, your quarters? How did you know that? That's where Mr. Chapman has his. Maybe the two of you are more similar than you'd like to admit. Wash your mouth out with fish soap. Can I go inside? No, that's a space for the Tracy family, like our crypt. Can I go to that? Better not. Is this the mess? It is. And just so you know, the fish we serve here is deboned. And that's just the way we like it. I don't want to see you putting new bones in the fish. Definitely won't see that. sign says, take a bottle of bass oil. Take a bottle of bass oil. Why, it's glued to the table. Bottles, crate, the whole thing. Now, you now notice the reverse of the sign, which reads, if you can. Take the sign. You got an item, annoying sign. It says, take a bottle of bass oil, if you can. Just sell it, if you can. Used to be a sign here once, now just a couple bottles of damn bass oil glued to a table. What a metaphor for the state of labor in this country. Huzzah! You break the bonds of the glue with a satisfying thwarp. You got an item, crate of bass oil. From Largemouth Bass & Sons, a crate of Largemouth Bass Oil & Sons. Take it to the speakeasy. The refrigerator hums with quiet menace, or maybe it's the motor. The only item inside is a sardine salad sandwich in a cardboard box. The box is labeled Adams, do not eat. I'm not gonna do that. There's a bass thawing in the sink and in each of the drawers. That door is locked, making this room even more disappointing. Here's a grisly sight. The carcass of some kind of swamp animal covered in huge ticks. Oh no, wait, some of them are buzzing around in the air. Are they actually wasps? Well, haha, turns out both things can be true. They're tick wasps, which are notable for being the only insect that can stab you with both ends. There we go. You won. Hopefully you will also win in your upcoming nightmares. Wasp clasp. Huh. This tick wasp's rigor mortis has created a convenient way to attach it to your lapel. Lovely. Another one of those Gatorman campsites. Maybe the ones who kidnapped Charles came this way. This campsite is similar to the previous one. A lot of Gatorman tracks and a lot of discarded trash. These Gatormen sure are slobs. You also find a 15/16 inch combination wrench labeled CW. Looks like you're on the right track at least. Charles's other wrench. These bricks have been inexpertly mortared together. Mom, could you hand me a drink, please? Thank you. Ah, those bricks were there to cover up the fact that this brick was missing. The lamest conspiracy ever. A red fern. Something really depressing must have happened here. There are a couple of pieces of tape stuck to one of the bricks here. The two holes you've opened in the walls are letting swamp water in and also out again. You might expect them to cancel each other out, but I guess not. Fluid dynamics are a mystery to me. Did I say thank you? There's some guys hanging out here looking stoic and cool, and also a gator man with more than the usual allotment of teeth. Thank you. Hi, who are you guys? We are radio technicians. Why are you standing here in the dark? Why not? It is radios, there is nothing to see. Well, you got me there. Machinery looks weird. Are you speaking of the battery units that appear to be powered by outer space, or some form of negative energy, or something like that? Yes, that's strange, right? They are not standard issues, this is true. So what? I cannot tell you any more about them. Oh. Hey, about this water. What about it? I just wanted to point out that it isn't stagnant, it's flowing from one side of the room to the other. Running water! One of our several very common weaknesses. Water burning. Irony terrible. The vampires make for the door, but get in each other's way and dissolve into ash that is quickly washed away. They were vampires? You don't know what this console does, but if it's any consolation, nobody really expects you to. Hook up Rufus's gadget. You plug in Rufus's gadget and the console starts emitting different series of beeps than it was emitting before. Apparently this machine is powered by evil, or at least weird. Are those guys sharing one bed? Wait, why isn't it a coffin? Wow, this thing is pretty cool. It also looks very lightweight. Grab it. You carefully pocket the zappy orb thingamajig. You got an item, glowy lightning ball thing. Can you believe this is a thing that was invented in the past and not approximately 60 years from now? There's a to-do list here with a single entry. Guard the radio equipment. You erase the checkmark. A toilet, thankfully devoid of any broadcast features. It isn't important to look good if you're on the radio, so this sink has a first aid kit instead of a mirror. The radio people were probably saving this stuff in case anyone ever invents video and they have to go to war. You find a chunk of oil shale jutting out of a stagnant pool, making the surrounding water all greasy and colorful. Analyze the shale. You ask the shale about its mother, and it cries tears of shellac. Another one of those Gatorman campsites. Maybe the ones who kidnapped Charles came this way. It's another Gatorman camp, alright, and there's 4 more wrenches here. A 31 32nds one, a 63 64ths one, and a 127 128 inch one. And a 255 256 inch one. Charles must carry one heck of a toolbox. The wrenches are laid out in the shape of an arrow pointing toward a nearby hill. From the top of the hill, you can see some sort of fort in the distance, apparently hammered together out of rusty scrap metal. That's got to be where the Gatormen took him. Location unlocked, Gatorman Fortress. You grab all the wrenches and combine them with the other ones he dropped to complete the set. Charles dropped all these wrenches as clues to help you find it. This looks like a nice fishing spot. Nice, you caught a grody barf trout.
Barf trout?
A grody barf trout. You caught a greenish-brown muck eel. You caught a mucky wormfish. These guys seem pretty focused on their meal, their after-meal hygiene, and their after-hygiene rest, respectively. Fight them. Mm-hmm. It's a chef's hat. Gatorman Meyer chef. One, that'll teach these gator men to go about their regular daily routines when you're around. You also collect a gator hide for that hunter, which is way less grisly than it sounds. The gator men are just carrying these around. These are the hides of a gate or a man. Gatormen put away their rocks when they are done playing. Is this a ghost? Well, this is hardly the strangest thing you've seen over the last few days. It's definitely pretty weird. It looks like a ghostly man, most obviously his head, but you can just barely make out his body if you squint. You reach out to touch him, but your hand passes right through. He doesn't respond to any attempt to get his attention, but instead he seems focused on something you can't see to the left of that disgusting fly-covered meat hook. After a few minutes, the novelty sort of wears off, so you get on about your business. Unlike most of the hanging sacks of gore in these places, this one is swarming with flies. That's odd. Nothing should grow in here. Like magpies and shiny objects, gators are compelled to hoard all of Grandfather's items. Grandfather's chair. Grandfather's disgusting bird bath. You're not sure that was such a great idea. Grandfather's teeth. For Grandfather's mouth. Just sell them, I guess. These look like Grandfather's bags. Go through them. You find a bundle of meat stashed in one of the bags. Apparently the creatures have no need of money. You wonder how they can afford the rent on this place. The boulder blocks the entrance. Not anymore, it doesn't. It's pretty easy to make the song creepy by placing it in a disturbing context, but they really outdid themselves here. You tune the radio to WGCR and hold Rufus's gadget up to it. The thing clicks a few times and the little needle on it goes up to 1. Then you restore the radio to the way you found it, making your mom proud. This building is way larger than it looks from the outside, and it is absolutely full of sleeping gatormen. Leave them alone for now. Oops, it's not too late to turn tail and run. Turn their tails into dust. Gatorman Weed Lord. Gatorman Scream Mouth. Gatorman Rot Tooth.
Harry, sit down over there.
What are you doing?
Sit down. Harry.
Mm-hmm. Man destroys Gator Man. It's a tale as old as time. Haha. Weed Lord Fetish, a drippy little totem woven from swamp weeds. Gator Cheese. You're going to choose not to interrogate the biological means by which this stuff is produced. Whoa.
Likewise, Gator yogurt, Gator milk, Gator butter.
A long and knotty finger of eldritch energy. A short and stubby finger of eldritch energy. The beasts are too enthralled by the memory of the strange obelisk to notice you. was a profitable fight. 3 Gatorman hides. Gaze long enough into an obelisk and you will be beaten up by a stranger is the lesson for these Gatormen. Oof. Idiots. See you later, Gatorman. It takes a child to raise a village. Mm. Oh, you're not alone in this place. Niedzemos. Wait, I don't sound like that. I can see everything. What do you mean? In the portal. Huh? In the portal, I can see everything that ever was and ever will be. Everything that is to be known in our world, in this one, and all the worlds in between. Oh. He's saying that in the portal. Yes, I just read that. Oh, let me take a look at that. According to the floating man, all worldly knowledge is contained in this swirling, convulsing starfield, a kind of super-terrestrial library. Look inside. Your eyes bend to the writhing contours of the deep black and star-smeared tunnel, preparing nervously to receive the sum of all human and extraterrestrial knowledge. You gain 6 XP. In the tunnel's bright center, you see a field and a cow suckling a puffin. The farmer is watching. That's fine, but it's not what I'm looking for. There's nothing you're looking for in there. The floating man does not even react to your presence. The portal affords him a window into a curious world that commands his complete attention. I don't think that portal contains the sum total of all worldly knowledge. I think it's just letting you look at a farm where a cow is nursing a puffin and there's a farmer standing nearby and watching. That's all that's happening. He blinks backwards. You're really enjoying that, huh? Can't leave. Can't leave? Why not? Midnight Man. You can't leave because of the Midnight Man? Yes. Midnight Man. What is Midnight Man? That obelisk business was strange, huh? Yeah, that was a pretty kettle of fish, all right. What's the score, Buck? Beats me. I went in a weird hole and everything went black and or ghostly. Yeah, you were all see-through. It was screwy as a fruitcake. was heavier, and now it's heavier still. The force of each push exerts energy onto the boulder, which is translated into mass. E equals m, see? Glad that's squared away. How far can I get this thing swinging? Having that right next to the microphone might not be the best. don't think this is accomplishing anything. Yeah, that isn't swinging wildly or anything. And it's just still now. I think I must be missing something, because I don't know what Midnight Man is. And I haven't seen anything. You briefly lose track of where you're going because all of these big wet trees look the same. You stumble across a ramshackle dwelling bearing the unmistakable aroma of illicit distillation. Sure. Let's check out the moonshiner's shack. Hello, Remy. This rotten stump is crawling with worms, and the worms are crawling within it. There's a chaotic mess of animal tracks leading in all directions. You identify several sets of tracks leading away from the cabin. Duck tracks? Meow. You follow the duck tracks, which lead you through a lengthy sequence of locations that are of zero interest to non-ducks. Remy, don't jump. Remy, get off of my desk!
Off the desk.
Follow the horse tracks. You follow the horse tracks to some water, but you don't drink it. I mean, why would you? It's nasty swamp water. Follow the cow tracks. You follow the cow prints to a big hole in the ground, next to which lie a pair of shoes with fake cow hooves nailed to the soles. Huh. You got an item, cow shoes. Remy, don't jump on my desk. Remy. Remy. Remy, get off of my desk! Atta girl, just settle down right there.
There's probably some streams where people will play a drinking game, and every time you have to say, Remy, get off my desk. Remy, don't do that. Then they can take a drink.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Harry. Hey, bring a Harry.
Hey, Harry. I'm so low. Oh, no. Grabbing the carpet.
Follow the cat tracks. You follow the cat tracks, but after a few minutes they lead up a tree you're not willing to climb. I guess if I'm being honest, it's really a tree you're not capable of climbing. I was just trying to preserve your dignity. Follow the badger tracks. You start following the badger tracks, but after a few minutes you realize that this course of action might culminate in you encountering an actual badger. So you change your mind. Terrifying animals, just absolutely the worst. Hey, Harry.
You certainly look cute. You're not nearly as cranky as
witness protection
I was getting
program.
ready to say, maybe that's what happened, and then then the Mafia found out where he was, but he wasn't able to reach his contact with the U.S. Marshals to let them know. So he had to run away from the safe house, the place where his new identity was established, and live underneath Daniel's car until we adopted him. Or until he adopted us.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And so apparently he didn't see any signs of the Mafia or gangland folks that were after him while he was living under Daniel's car, and decided this was a safe place to stay. And of course now you're an indoor cat, and so you absolutely will be safe, but I can understand why you'd be shy about showing your face on the internet. Because they could use AI to, facial recognition.
He's so silly.
So silly. It'd be a lot of fun.
Okay, follow the human footprints. You follow the human footprints. They lead to, let's call it an improvised latrine a few yards away from the cabin. You decline to investigate further. It's a ramshackle cabin, or maybe a ram cabin shack.
I think that should be a ram cabbled shack, don't you? If they're...
This pot has been demoted from soup to chamber. Blood. Whoever was here last must have left in a hurry. There's still a poker game in progress. Investigate. You draw cards until you beat all the hands that were left on the table, then you collect your winnings. Yeah. There's a spare car tire leaning against the wall here. The tread pattern on this tire identifies it as a Lincoln, which sounds like an impressive piece of deduction, but honestly the top hat and beard were a dead giveaway. A rusty old fire-powered still. You're pretty sure these aren't meant to be operated indoors. There's nothing in this jarro. It's full of ashes, but they're cold. Seems like nobody has been here for a while. A couple of soggy bedrolls. This tree is crawling with some kind of tiny, nasty swamp bugs. Well, there's not much here. A geyser of swamp gas erupts nearby with a loud sound and a brownish-yellow cloud. I won't bother trying to describe the smell, I'm sure you can imagine it for yourself. A large swarm of stink bugs quickly arrive and start zooming around inside the gas cloud. It's unclear if they're attracted by the smell or if they're refilling their stink bags or what, but when that cloud dissipates, you're probably going to have a lot of unwanted attention. Toss a match at the geyser. A scented candle might be more appropriate, but a match will have to do. Whoomph! The swamp gas ignites in a bright green ball of flame, and the stink bugs comet away, doing impressions of very short-lived fireflies. These Gatormen aren't doing enough damage to each other for it to seem like a real fight. Either they're just sparring, or this is how Gatorman arguments work. Either way, they aren't paying any attention to you. Actually, for now. Now here's a sad sight. Old house, abandoned long ago to the swamp, half sunk in the wet muck that passes in these parts for roads. Might have been a nice family lived in that house one time. Now you look at it. It's a shame is all. Go inside. Jeepers creepers, there's the bandit shot dead on the floor, right in the foyer. Must have come here looking for treasure. From the look of it, he wasn't the only one. Oh, the stink of death hangs heavy in this place, all right. Explore. Holy gosh, sitting room is littered with bodies. 3 more bandits and the entire defensive line of the Ocean City football team. Obvious what happened. Bandits and football players got sold the same line on a buried treasure by some shifty rumor monger. Both groups came here searching for their fortune, ran into each other, and everyone got shot to pieces. Wherever that double dealer who sold him the tip is now, he better be smiling. Keep exploring. Oh, he's here in the kitchen, also shot, by a bandit and a linebacker, looks like. But he got him too. Poor pathetic souls. Keep exploring. Now the bedroom, the finish line, and here's who made it. Quarterback and the wide receiver. You'd figure they'd have been on the same side, but they shot each other in the back simultaneously. And there's nothing in here but a single jewelry box on a nightstand. Ain't that funny? All that death for a couple trinkets. Nothing rots a person like greed. Yoink. You got an item jewelry case. Weep openly and continue where you were going. Got the hides you needed? John chuckles inappropriately. Need? Got news for you. Don't need them. You keep them. That was just a test. Wanted to see if I could trust you with the real work. Seems I can. Ready for some real hunting? Even if it was a test, I think I should get paid. Paid for a test? You're all mixed up, mate. The test is to get paid work. Labor is labor, and I don't work for free. Also, you said it was paid at the start. Better not mention that you've done a lot of work for people for free in this whole adventure. If Jessica ever asks for rent, you're going to be in trouble. Really makes you think how the position of saving the world from shadows and lizards favors those with financial privilege. All right, if you'll stop screaming about it. You gained 20 million. Thanks. Truth is, I've got no need for 5 gator hides. My ambitions are far bigger. You met Paul? You know he's mute. I'm working to build him a leather tongue. Family, man. It's, you know? Yeah, so what do you need? 10 gator hides. Okay, I can do that. Great, my brother will be thrilled. I better be going. How many do I have? 8. You notice a big brown rock half submerged in the swamp. It's an ancient mammoth coprolith. You can almost tell what the mammoth had for breakfast. Fustulent grulch. Sneak past him. Oh, there's nothing over here. Oh, yes, there is. This filthy pipe must lead inside, presumably to the bathroom part of inside if the smell is any indication. The pipe turns out to be much longer than you expected, with a lot of twists and turns. Clearly, efficient airflow and ventilation systems is not a big priority in Gatorman architecture. You eventually come out in either a garbage processing center or a kitchen. Even if gator men bother to cook their meals, they probably don't cook them in an electric stove standing in 18 inches of water. This is a kitchen only in the sense that it's a place where food is prepared. There's nothing of value on the shelves, probably not even by Gatorman standards. The remains of an awful, awful meal. It's one of those fridges, you know, the ones hanging on big rusty chains. See what's inside. The chain wasn't attached very well and the whole thing comes loose. You got an item, refrigerator on a chain. Neither the refrigerator nor the chain is in very good shape, but you're probably not going to find a better version of this very specific combination. This must be the Gatorman's dinner bell. That sounds like a bad idea. It's Charles! He's in a cage! It's a cage with Charles in it! Charles! Shh! They'll hear you. Oh, right. Boy, am I glad to see you, kid. Thought I was a goner. You're the adventuresome type and all. You know how to pick a lock? Only with an appropriately shaped key. You'll have to get it off there later then. I think his room's down the other end of the hole. Okay, I'll be right back. This bunch of gatormen. Wait, what's the collective noun for gatormen? A cruelty? A depravity? A butthole? Well, anyway, this bunch of gatormen seem more concerned with the possibility of someone breaking in their front door than sneaking in through their kitchen. Sneak attack them. You stealthily creep up behind one of the gatormen and knock him out with a quick strike to the back of his head. The other two seem shocked by this display of poor sportsmanship. Ha! You won. Now their collective noun can be an unconsciousness. A peed. A forge, presumably... presumably for hammering on terrible gator metals. This shoebox is waterlogged. A real surfeit of nouns. Wide loafers. Oh yeah, I got a different pair. Cow shoes. That's right. Nice, you caught a drowsy, slithering puke fish. Sleeping, slimy noodlefish. Sleeping, four-eyed yuckfin. The items on this shelf are all too nasty for you to look at, let alone touch. A loose length of rusty chain. As a seasoned adventurer, you can't possibly pass this up. These gator men are exercising and also blocking your way to whatever's at the end of the hall. Probably it's something important, because the end of the hall is where the important stuff usually is, right? You won. Now you can find out what's at the end of the hall. I hope it's cool. Gator Punch. They drink it, but that doesn't mean they like it. Hey, go away. Do you think the Gatorman's taste in books is as bad as everything else about them? Keeping the rust off your iron fist, don't eat your henchmen, tips for new rulers, spot welding guide for ad hoc fortresses. Yeah, these are all pretty much what you'd expect. Except, well, here's one that seems interesting. Bones and how to crack them. A treatise on bone pain and how to maximize it in your victims. Grants a combat skill, crack knuckles, increase your mysticality by 3. Nice. Oh, I need more XP. You skim through most of the really nasty parts, but you do learn a few things about knuckles that you're able to apply in non-torture contexts. You got a skill, crack knuckles. There's a slightly more challenging chapter that delves deeper into knuckle physics. If you do, cracking your knuckles will increase your mysticality by an additional 2. Later, I guess. Oh, 2 XP off. You found it, the least comfortable chair in the world. This is the real seat of power. There we go, now I have enough XP for it. You study knuckle anatomy until you can't think about anything else. Crack knuckles has been upgraded. When you finished, you crack your knuckles so loudly that the resulting sonic boom disintegrates the book. This hole leads down into a massive underground chamber. Attach that chain you found. There, that ought to do it. Climb down. Property private. Scram! You don't know what this object is, but... Oh wait, it's got blood all over it. It's an altar. Huh? Where did you go? It's a weird pedestal. Huh. Serious, go away. Whatever this is, it's extremely broken. All of these blocks are clearly trying to move in a way that makes sense. They must have just gotten knocked out of alignment. Realign them. You move the blocks around relative to each other until they start moving in a more satisfying pattern, assuming you're a person who thinks a smooth circular pattern is more satisfying than juddery, spark-spewing chaos. Surely everybody is that kind of person. This has to be right. Yep. This device seems less broken now. Use it. Hey. Oof. Hey. Oof. Good grief. You wouldn't have fixed it if you'd known it was going to be so ungrateful. You've got a perk, Ziggurat Power. You've been blasted with a bunch of ancient lasers, and it has awakened the ancient laser power concealed in the mitochondria of your cells. You can use 3 additional combat items per round. Sheesh. My warning! Kill you! Is this some kind of ancient temple guardian or something? It's shooting out a bunch of tightly focused beams of light that science doesn't yet have a name for, but which you can probably assume you don't want touching you. Avoid the beam, 7 Moxie. There, that stopped it. You worst! I destroy! Goliath, kill! Should have been more specific. Oh, geez, that thing really did a number on this guy. Waste not gator blood, want not gator blood. Got an item, Hematic Ichor. This is just the good parts of some blood. Search the puddle. You poke around in the mulch until you find something that looks more or less like an old iron key, except kind of blurry. It sizzles and twitches in your hand as you pick it up. You got an item, Cursed Key. This has to be the key Charles mentioned. You look at that hulking Goliath at the end of the hall. There doesn't seem to be anything beyond it, and it looks like it could squash you in an instant. Best go back and unlock Charles. You make your way quickly back up the room to where he was being held. Or back up to the room where he was being held. You found the key? I think so. It's kind of weird, though. Yeah, I don't like the looks of that at all. I'd bet dollars to donuts that's the artifact we're looking for. It couldn't possibly be the key to this random Gatorman cage in the middle of nowhere, then, could it? Well, it might have some kind of key-related powers. Normally I'd advise against using it, but I don't see any other way out of this mess. Okay, here goes. Unlock the cage. The key shifts unpleasantly in your hand, buzzing and clicking through a jerky slideshow of shapes, as though searching for the particular slice of a higher dimensional object that will fit this lock. When it finally finds the right one, it jerks forward in your hand and twists, and the lock clicks open. Your hand feels numb. Thanks, Clumsy. Thought for sure my bacon was well and truly fried. Don't mention it, Charles. Let's just get the heck out of this dump. With no further cause to stick around, apart from any unfinished side quests you might have, but you can always come back for them later, you escort Charles back to town. You gain 45 XP. Let's go. Clumsy! You found the cursed artifact and brought Charles back home safely. I can't express how grateful I am, and I don't know what we'd do without him. Thank you so much. Aw, it wasn't nothing, but you know. Yeah, I get it. Don't forget to uncurse that thing before you go to bed. This key seems like it has power to open any lock. That could be extremely useful. Would it really be all that bad if I didn't uncurse it? Well, I'm not going to drag you into the machine and force you to do it. But yes, I don't actually know what would happen if you don't uncurse it, but I assume it would be pretty bad. Look, you uncursed all the other things, right? Yes. Great, so go ahead and uncurse this one too, okay? Better safe than sorry. Alright. Monster Shack. You take a wrong turn, and instead of ending up where you wanted to be, you end up at the Monster Shack. You know it's the Monster Shack because of the big sign on it that says Monster Shack. Okay, maybe not. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable, and pull the weird metal dome thing down over your head. Oh. Okay, yeah, the cursed key. The key jumps up to the roof of the dome and sticks there, shaking and keening. That's the sound keys make, against the metal. Lights in the store whine, flicker, and then cut out completely. Dang it! Wait it out. Only when the power is out does the key calm down, give up the most odious part of itself to the machine, and drop back down on your lap. Light returns to the store. Fixed it! We had a spare light bulb under the cat. Putting that terrible key on a chain has rendered it decorative, plus 30% to item drops. The key's curse lingers in the machine. It is itself an arcane lock, to be solved only by a projection of consciousness. Do it. I have assembled everyone just as you asked, Detective. The victim's wife and the two men who were present in the passenger car at the time. I confess the truth of this murder continues to elude me, but no doubt you are soon to enlighten us with your great powers of deduction and observation. May I inspect the body again? No, that wouldn't be fair to the other passengers who haven't had a look yet. I see. But I will tell you again what I know. At 11:13 a.m., the professor dropped dead in his chair after sitting down with his wife for a cup of tea. At that time, Mrs. Ryokinshi and Mr. Andretti were the only other passengers present in this car. Mr. Perry returned later. The rest I leave to you to deduce, Detective. I need a moment. Niccolo Andretti, a businessman. The businessman Andretti adjusts his cufflinks. I told you, I'd never even heard of this man. I know of Burgerworth College, of course. It's an excellent institution, but I didn't know he was a professor there. Now come on, let's not delay our journey further. I'm traveling with 19 suitcases of exotic rubber to make new and exciting wheels at the factory. Detective mode. You observe closely to see what you can deduce. Exotic rubber, eh? No doubt from the jungles of Almodovar, whose local brand of nicotine I smell on his collar. Of course, the rubber plants of Almodovar don't just yield material for bouncy tires, but an odorless poison, lethal when drunk in hot tea. But why would this man abet the murder of a stranger? I suspect the answer lies in the resume on the table, and the name printed on it, Martin Perry. Yume Ryokinshi, the victim's wife. The widow Ryokinshi dabs her eyes with a handkerchief embroidered with the words mourning rags and wipes. A moment's privacy, please, detective. I had nothing to do with my husband's death, and no reason to want him gone. He was a kind man, and not a rich one. Everything he made he spent on the roulette tables. He owned over 700 of them. That's the largest collection in the world. We were traveling to Yorba Linda so the mayor could give my husband the key to the city, but that won't happen now. You deduce that you should make some observations. Sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. She says she had no reason to wish her husband dead, but the chemical stain in her cuticles and the fingerprints on the window above, which she opened to dispose of the murder weapon, tell the tale more truly. But the nose reveals even more. Observe the zigzag pattern of the medial cleft below the nostrils. It's called Petrie's philtrum, and it's a rare genetic condition she shares with Martin Perry, her son. What? Martin Perry, a youth. Interrogate. The young man is absent-mindedly but methodically disassembling and reassembling a fountain pen. It's as I said. Yes, the man was a professor of mine at Burgerworth College, and yes, he gave me a C and a D, but that's no reason to kill a man, wouldn't you agree? Besides, at the time of his death, I was in the lavatory trying to figure out what all the bits and pieces do. The perfect alibi, wouldn't you agree? Deductive observations wing about your mind. He's right, a mere C and D are no reason to kill one's professor, but is that the whole story? Observe how the boy tinkers with the fountain pen and the train lavatory. He fancies himself a mechanic, but he wouldn't get a foot in the door of that profession if his C and D stood for car dunce. Nobody would be able to hire him, unless the professor who awarded those ignominious grades died. In that event, every grade he ever gave would be voided, and this young man could take a plum job in car manufacture and start earning the big bucks. What? Yes, detective? Tell me again what you know of this case. At 11:13 a.m., the professor dropped dead in his chair after sitting down with his wife for a cup of tea. At that time, Mrs. Ryokinshi and Mr. Andretti were the only other passengers present in this car. Mr. Perry returned later. The rest I leave to you to deduce, detective. I have solved this murder. It was never in doubt, detective. Now tell us all, what happened here? The victim was poisoned by Martin Perry. Hold on now, that's claptrap, everybody, that's claptrap. Please, all will become clear. An exotic poison from the Almodovar rubber tree. To void his car dunce grade so he could make tires for Mr. Andretti. No, you're a donkey. I'd give that a D for dunce detective. Careful now, don't be a fool. You were gifted with great powers of deduction and observation. Now come on, use them. No, that's not how it happened. I shall tell the tale again. Poisoned. Okay. 8. There we go, that's how it was. Young Martin Perry dreams of working on cars, and his fresh ideas excite Mr. Andretti, who runs a tire factory, but Master Perry's professor has effectively blacklisted him as a car dunce, unemployable. What to do? Kill the professor, of course, and void that odious grade. Here the plot becomes most wretched. Master Perry's mother, Yume Ryokinshi, marries the professor and arranges for him to be present on the very same train as Master Perry and Mr. Andretti, who supplies an undetectable poison administered by Miss Ryokinshi. Et voila, no more professor, no more car dunce. But there is one thing our three conspirators did not count on: me. I'm not ashamed. Any parent, sir, would do the same. As would any manager seeking new talent with interesting ideas about tires. If you call someone a car dunce, you're branding them for life, and you're responsible for anything that happens next. How awful. The three of them in it together? Tell you what, Detective, at the next stop they can all get out and take the bus. A sick business. Quite so. But a wonderful feeling, I think, to be possessed of great gifts, great powers of deduction and observation, and to use them. Here's another, a gift, that is. Call it a reward. Mysterious owl ring. A gift from a train coroner in a dream or in something. Take the ring? Nice ring, isn't it? Look what rewards accrue to the powerful. Look how the world itself reveals itself at your touch. I must take my leave. The curse remains unresolved. Wait, what? Discuss. I have solved this murder. Yes, I know. Wait, what are you getting at? The victim was smushed by a giant dog. With a falling anvil. To shut him up. You really are as good as the papers say, Detective, to sniff out that my C and D grades stood for car dunce. Yes, I put the whole plot in motion, of course I did. Getting called a car dunce ruined any shot I had at a career in wheels. But a man's entitled to make a living, wouldn't you agree? This was the only way. Sniff out. I admit, Detective, I poisoned my husband. Oh, but spare me the reproach. Wouldn't you do just as I did if some scoundrel of the ivory tower branded your son a car dunce? No? Then I dare say you are not a parent, sir. I confess, Detective, I supplied the poison that killed the professor, but wasn't it worth it? Look at this resume of Martin Perry. Look at these interesting ideas he has about tires. Bouncier, globular, backwards. Is the life of one man worth more than bringing new and innovative wheels to the world? Yes, I did it, and I did so I could hire Mr. Perry, and I would do it again tomorrow. And don't lie, Detective, you would too. The victim was blown up by me. With TNT. Out of sick curiosity. You're a fool. A fool! I gave you great powers of deduction and observation. I gave you the power to bend back the skin of the world and sniff up its insides. How dare you waste it? You really want to live without this power? You really want to live in the dark? Yes. You're a fool, and I wouldn't sully that ring on the finger of a fool. Give it back now. You don't deserve it. I uncurse you. So did that curse effectively try to bribe you into not destroying it? That's a little disconcerting. You look at the key that once harbored its shadowy magic. It shimmers in the light. Upgrade. 50% to item drops. You check your finger and pockets. No mysterious owl ring. You are reminded of the great figures of history who wielded incredible power and chose to give it up. You can't think of anyone specifically, but the concept is interesting to consider. Who's someone famous who gave up great power? He's not famous, but my dad never eats more than he needs to at a buffet. I don't remember where I read this, but there's a rumor that Anne Boleyn had access to a tank but chose not to use it. No need, she said. And you know who else had a tank? Walt Whitman. Interesting. Found this crate of bass oil. I don't think people are going to like this very much, but you're the boss. Found some olives. Fantastic. Our martinis have been a little lackluster, I must admit. It's the frat guy you helped out when he lost his jacket. Chat with him. Hi there, how's it going? Oh hey, thanks for helping me out before. Are you still cold? No, I'm fine. This is my room temperature stutter. It has to be kind of uncomfortably warm before I don't stutter at all. Gotcha. There we go. Need to find all the radios. Time to pick fourth store. The first applicant is Truncheons and Bludgeons. This fella's really excited about weaponry. The second is Tin Things About You. A hat store, I presume. Terrible name. And the last applicant is Advanced Pants. It doesn't say what they plan on selling, but I have to assume that it's pants. Pants store. Okay, I'll get them moved in and get the next storefront ready for applicants. Thanks, Charles. You find a hook on one of the ceiling beams and hang up your new refrigerator. That came out really weird. Consider the orb. Orb gazer. Ooh, +1 mysticality. Yes, very good. This fridge is fully stocked with terrible Gatorman beverages. Got an item, Gatorman Cola. The only reason this isn't the worst beverage you can imagine is that you can imagine the same beverage except warm. Yeah, I don't want to sleep yet. Although, actually, I do need to go record my live, so begging your pardon. But I'm gonna... As soon as I find it... BRB.
sure what's going on here, but I'm back from worse, apple pie custard. Bit of cat hair, something new. And rolling it. 1882. I don't remember that year.
Alright, I'm back.
As am I. Frick things finally finished up.
Yeah.
So I grabbed you some things.
Yes.
We're back at the office. Did you have an artifact on yours?
Yes. It was a key.
It was the whole swamp.
A key that released Charles Wallace from his cage.
Why was he trapped in a swamp cage?
Gatorman.
Using a cursed key.
Gatorman. The machine winds up, whirring and humming at odd intervals, casting about for some elusive frequency. This continues for some time, and you begin having difficulty breathing. Just as you fear you might pass out from the incessant cycling, suddenly... excuse me. Just as you fear you might pass out, the incessant cycling suddenly stops with a pop. The curse has been removed, and you can breathe once again. You got an item, a cursed fishing rod. Stripped of all eldritch magic and mysteric, the once cursed fishing rod is actually now perfectly banal. Actually, it looks pretty lousy, which doesn't matter much, because the line was dismissed along with the curse.
Oh, it's a cursed.
Yeah. The fishing rod's curse now swims in the very depths of the machine, daring any astral fisherman about to come down and get it. Okay.
Oh, you managed to remove your verb.
What?
You got BRBO.
Oh, yes.
Ah, the hook creature of Fishman City.
Is this the fish? Hear her song. Nobody sees and nobody woos poor old invisible Glubbifer Lou. But if you could make this Lou Sir a winner, if you'll rebirth me upstairs as somebody's dinner. Nobody knows a trout as sweet as saucy Mr. Calvin Meat. I like to kiss the other trout on the tails or thereabouts, but I'll tell you my most base desire to be fished and thrown into the fryer. I make mischief, I'm a wretched soul, chaos is Fisher Stick's only goal. Well, almost only, see I'm very lonely, and to you I won't lie, tonight I'd like to die by your hook and then be cooked.
This is unsettling.
Uh-huh. Your mind tingles, and the fishing rod's curse has caught another fish today, and you get the feeling the more fish you help him catch, the happier he'll be. Wait, who's he? You just know deep in your gut that this curse is a man, not in the way that sailors talk about their ships using female pronouns. This isn't a male curse, this curse is a man. Weird. So there has to be some other way about.
Anything in that trash can?
Yeah, it's not letting me do anything to it.
Oh yeah, you having to figure out a secret to Mudhenge?
No. I also couldn't find more keys for the padlocks. The cursed key could have unlocked them, but it made me feel like I didn't want to do that. Made it feel like a bad idea. And now I've uncursed the key, so it won't do that.
Fisher Sticks is the one you had last time.
Yes, he is.
Perhaps try the other fish.
I thought maybe by not catching different fish.
What's all three? I wonder if anything's changed.
There's a bicycle. This is the cycle. Break it. When the curse got its teeth in that bicycle, it screamed, but only for a moment, and then silence. Limp silence. The insatiable eldritch hunger for fish that once animated the curse is gone. The fishing rod remains, just a stick and a hook, too weak to catch anything that lives. Can't even fish with it now. That's what I need it to do. It's better for the environment this way. If you think this is bad, wait until you find out about gasoline. This is so unfair. Okay, well anyway, where the heck were more, radios? Probably at Ms. Brewster's.
The upgraded version was supposed to do 3 base damage instead of 2.
It does.
Oh,
It just doesn't fish.
it's just weapon instead of a fishing rod. Did you find the radio station?
Mm-hmm. Don't think there's any radios here. Nope. Any radios at Gideon's? As you're walking through Ocean City, you see a couple of stranded motorists trying to change a car tire. Their efforts aren't amounting to squat, though, because they don't have a jack. You hold the car up long enough for them to change the tire. Modern cars don't actually weigh all that much.
Maybe in your time, buddy.
That's what he means by modern.
Here in the future, you're hard-pressed to find anything that's under a ton.
The glove compartment is full of meat.
Ew! Disgusting money. You have another ability.
Crack.
You beat your foes with your trusty crack knife.
Cracked pipe. As you're walking through Ocean City, you encounter a mailbox that has been tipped over by some vandals. Write it. You write the letterbox. It was heavier than it looked, but you're more responsible than you look, too. Notice a strangely discolored patch of curb. That's right.
Goose!
Oh yeah. Does the houses behind Marvin, do they?
I have no idea.
Can you look it up? Cezanna Authority.
What's this spot actually called?
Marvin.
On that?
Yes.
What's the character?
Jim.
Marvin's Moons.
Jim Moon.
from stranger stores. Introduce yourself using real or fake names. They are interested in speaking to you after puzzling out the options you find. This has no effect on anything else.
Ola shoulder. Dang. Okay. Good to know. Anarchist's hardware. Take that bean.
Oh, a radio.
Oh, sure, I can do that. Seaside Institute of Technology. I received word that a hobo out there has come into possession of a number of old dorm room beds, and we could certainly make use of them. Could you locate the man and give him this invitation? Royal summons. So about those secret plans. I admit, you've been quite helpful. You, at first a total stranger, have gone out of your way to help hobos when the other people of this country, and even the government itself, would not. This is the crux of the problem, that hobos are looked down upon, when not overlooked entirely. I seek to remedy this. Whoa, are you planning a revolution or something? Oh, no, nothing so violent. I intend to sidestep the problem. I should not say more. Okay. Dirch. A chortling street tough in the alley challenges passersby to arm wrestle for the title of Alley King. You make quick work of the young tough. The alley is yours, but faced with all the administrative responsibilities that come with it, you give the alley back to the people instead. You didn't have a radio.
My first and only official act as king shall be to dissolve the monarchy.
Did Ernst have a radio? He did not.
Is there a video down at Tentacle House?
You mean regular house?
Tentacle House. Are you sure it's a washing machine, not a filling machine?
Nope. No radios in regular house. Did you have a radio?
Wouldn't you be happier if you did?
I don't think there were any radios in the past. Is there a crystal radio?
Oh, I don't suppose you have enough power to... That'd be funny. I don't suppose you have enough power to win chess now, do you?
Only if I got really lucky.
You've got those skills to give you all that bonus armor.
Yeah. Here, take these. Huh? These what? It's a case of antique bandages. They'll come in handy. But I can't use them. I'll have to keep them so I can foist them off on another me to close the loop. You're just sticking me with a pointless errand I'll have to do later. Oh geez, were you really such a whiner back then? So much so that you'd refuse medical supplies from your own self? Good grief, how embarrassing. No, dummy. You use these ones, then ask Charles Wallace for the crate of old bandages that Murray left in the storeroom. That's where I got these. But didn't you get them from yourself like I'm doing now? Oh, for crying out loud, were you not even paying attention? This is mortifying. If you ever run into the future you again, you're going to have to apologize to him. No, I used those. Look, just take them. Geez, you've got a lot to learn about causality. Okay, fine, geez. Nope, no crystal radio.
Not bad, but I feel like it's probably better when it's not this frozen. Also, I think the Buckley Pie one's better.
Hey there, I got you a souvenir from SIT. Your future self tosses you a pair of pants, SIT kitchen britches. Yeah, I've already been to SIT. I could have just bought these myself. Yeah, you did, except you were me, and now I'm giving them to you. Don't forget to go back and buy a pair. To give to myself? Could I just give him these ones? Yeah, but then you won't have them, so you'll want to buy a new pair for yourself. Which ones are these? What did you do? If I tell you, you won't be able to make the choice anymore. This is nonsense. Yeah, it is. It's pretty messed up. How did I get into this situation? I've been wondering that since the last time I had this conversation, and I still have no idea. Alright, we'll see you later.
Sun pants! Goes to the kitchen pants. I don't know which ones those are. Hey, radio.
Oh, you're right. It was small. 5.
How do you pinch the old clothes instead of reaching into it and grabbing it?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the better thing to do.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been increasing the shadow level every time you're grabbing stuff out of course. Ooh, a hole!
It's a column of frosty basalt. Be kind to it. You compliment the basalt until it warms up to you. An old knapsack leans against the support beam thing. It's pants. Pants in a book. Muscle and max HP. A simple journal from a simpler time.
Read this an earlier time.
It's a cart full of mine tailings. You find a good amount of usable meat in the rubble. Jagged ring.
Ooh. Ooh. If you're a bleeding user, that's nice to have.
Uh-huh.
That's a weird thing I said.
Huh, was my head always a pickaxe?
No, probably.
Pile of rocks, a cohesive whole.
Oops.
Whatever's going on in here, this undulating rift of shadowy energy is certainly to blame. You bang on the edges of the portal with the weird magic pliers until it closes itself out of sheer annoyance with your inability to use tools correctly. Pick up and leave this place? Yes.
Another unsettling shadowy rift sealed. Lovely geo. So shiny. I just want to lick it. Taste the quartz.
I have
So much extra.
lapidary empathy.
Oh, you've unlocked.
Everything.
Good. Yeah, it was like boost to magical weapon attacks and skills and AP were all things that I was just amazed you were taking in with like stuff you're getting from books. Oh, it's out of XP.
Let's see. Sleaze armor, stench armor, speed armor. That's the cat, all right, but it ain't the cream. Revolting. How could they print that? We've reached Chapter 2, which is titled Off-Color Jokes. What were the other ones then? There we go. Now I have a lot of innate stench and sleaze armor.
Spooky, but we have some here. I love the ambient light adjustment fade that they put in this one.
Mm-hmm.
There's some go inside, can't see for a moment. Go outside, ow, can't see for a moment.
You start to get that deja vu feeling again and look around to see yourself coming up the road. This would be as good a time as any to give him that pair of pants from SIT. Give him the pants. Don't give him the pants! You're not my dad. Oh.
Mystery pants, drop them! Okay!
The two that are great out there. It sucks and I hate it, or actually I'm kind of enjoying it. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Continue on your way.
Oh good, you still have the hot rod to fish with.
Yeah. Chum bucket.
Yeah, I guess you haven't discovered the Krusty Krab recipe yet.
Clam jerky.
Fish
A snarky Mitchell. Neat. Okay. No radios around here because I can't go inside. Pet store.
House reading.
Your trip is interrupted by a pack of those creepy, scuttling little shadow guys. I don't know about you, but these guys give me the heebie-jeebies. That would be a pretty good name for them, actually, heebie-jeebies. Unless they already have a name. Although if they do, it's probably... or something like that, not like a regular human pronounceable name. Oh geez, sorry. They appear to have surrounded you while I was talking.
You said roughly shadow snakes.
That is a incredibly human pronounceable. Hot potato spider. Increases my mysticality.
Oh, that's a nice anti-boss pet thing.
Mm-hmm.
Power up your basic attack so it's increasingly nasty.
Yep. Strongest one left. Down you go. Ow!
That hurt a lot. A lot. Oh, it's so spooky. That's what did it.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. You lost. Fortunately, the fight took enough energy out of you that there isn't much left for the creatures to eat. You realize that winning is better than losing, and you resolve to do better in the future. +1 maximum AP. Losing that fight filled you with determination, and what you've determined is that in the future you should try winning fights instead of losing them. You have a radio. Hardware store.
Again with the giant crossbow.
Ah, yeah, the giant crossbow to kill God. You don't have a radio, unless it's in the back room.
Burnt out storage.
Nope. And I don't think traveling to the past to use a radio would do much good, so...
Yeah, it wouldn't work at all, actually, because the signal you're looking for is now.
Yes.
It wasn't then.
Fairy radio?
I hope not.
Spider radio?
Does that sound more possible? No.
Booze radio.
But you got a radio in here, Grandpa Joe?
Nope.
No.
Junkyard radio.
It's a junkyard radio.
Yes.
Yep. 57. These doors.
Talk to them.
Time to melt the back. Everyone turns and looks at the back and shrugs. Radio in the dirt room.
Dirt radio. The shed. No.
Shit radio.
The greenhouse.
Pressing greenhouse radio.
Nope.
Oh, cool. Callus's shattered forearm remains. I don't like the imagery so
No. Library radio. Lib radio.
much. That's Harrison.
Wait, what?
Insect.
You got the book you were looking for, huh? Can't go back. Texas is fake.
That was indeed a very silly puzzle.
World's largest blackboard on loan from the SIT Material Science Department.
Fun fact, blackboards they have steel as backing.
Sure enough, there's a big area next to this door covered in chalk. It's difficult to see because it's white on white. There's a hobo code hidden behind where the chalk was. You translate the code. It's weird. It's a set of instructions that don't seem to make much sense. You study them for a while and begin to understand. Apparently, it's a sequence of actions that will allow you to open the door to the Paradox Lab. You start with the first step. You start with the first step, and then take 4 steps backwards. And then turn 30 degrees to the left, and then nod your head, and then click your tongue, and then march in place for 7 steps, and then knock on your left knee, and finally snap your fingers. After you complete the final step, you look up and find yourself inside the Paradox Lab. It is a howling chaos that cannot be described in text, and that we have unfortunately also declined to present visually. You marvel at the angles, you giggle at the math, you begin to sweat as you consider the ratios. You grab a cup of coffee to go. You got an item, no coffee. Of all the cups of coffee you've ever seen, this isn't one of them. What a journey.
Well, that sure took place. Is it a good sign? Is there someone who wanted no coffee?
There's a radio somewhere down here.
Okay. Yes.
8.
Strange steam.
Pooba.
Timon.
Conjure up some cheese. Give it to him. The rat sniffs the cheese and makes a few delighted squeaking noises. He drags the cheese into his hole and emerges with a ring. Ring of the Raucous Fracas. Fights will be extremely chaotic. It's still a matter of debate whether God plays dice with the universe, but it's unambiguous that this ring does. Thanks, Mr. Rat. Give him the squirrel cheese. The rat considers the squirrel cheese. He wrinkles his nose a bit, but eventually decides to keep it. He hauls it into his hole and emerges with a ring. Fustulent ring. Queso Fustulento also reduces its target's muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 1. Nice. Instead of a gem, this ring sports a little glob of nasty cheese. From the gator cheese. The rat sniffs the gator cheese and retches a little bit. You didn't even know rats had a gag reflex. He raises an eyebrow at you in protest, but eventually drags the cheese into his hole and emerges with a ring for you. Rush ring. This fraternity ring was originally bestowed on the pledge that ran the fastest in a humiliating nude race.
You actor in here in combat.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't like it either. The rat squeaks as if to say no problem. Your nimble fingers bypass the broken circuits and trip the door lock. A massive steam-powered freezer. It's probably full of jumbo shrimp and military intelligence, am I right? Huh, somebody left an ice cream scoop in here. You got an item, frigid ice cream scoop. Someone has leaned a book against the front wall. Short Stories of Long Winters. Mysticality plus 4 cold damage. It's basically the same as my current magical weapon.
Where do you think that used to be +4? You made the ribbon at some point.
I think it's always been +4.
No. Your script is same as one.
This is a book of short stories, each of which involves somebody freezing to death in the frigid West. Grants an upgradable skill. I choose not to be cold. The book is a collection of short stories about men who defy all wisdom and warnings to go hiking alone in the sub-zero West. At the end of each story, the man dies. Maybe there's a lesson in that. Find it. In each story, the protagonist succumbs to sub-zero conditions and perishes. At the end, the narrator opines that if it were them, they simply would not have gone somewhere that is cold. They would have gone somewhere warm and thrived. There's 100 of these stories. They're all like this. Not right.
Where did that freezer steam? The refrigeration cycles are weird beast. Hey, fish right now. Four weird, gross fishmen bathing in gross goop. They have one in the room. It's probably not doing too well due to all the steam. It's outside of the fish pits. It's probably too close to them and all the humidity can't get in the circuits. It's not in them. You got a radio.
Well, he's the one who sent me after the radios.
Sure, maybe had number 11.
Let's see. Ovid's shop. You okay, Molly? You've gone 5 full minutes without saying a word. Oh yeah, this one. Look. The Hobo King requests your presence. Come again? There's a hobo camp just outside of Ocean City, and the guy in charge heard you're rich in beds. He asked me to give you this official summons. Oh hey, that sounds like a good deal. Can't use more than 1 or 2 of these myself anyway. I'll head on out there, thanks. Ovid has taken his beds and gone home. To his new home, that is, back at the hobo camp. Waterlogged backpack. The reason this was underwater has been lost to history. A cruel prank, disposal of evidence, avant-garde juggling mishap. In any case, some poor student's loss is your gain.
What game?
Two SIT barometer necklaces and unidentified chemicals. One of those picket fences that's given Will Hunter such trouble. Paint it.
Oh, look, someone tricked you into whitewashing fences?
He got turned into a tree for not doing it, so... And the only way to break the curse is by painting fences. So...
Is this something I missed?
Yes.
So he's trapped as a tree out in this wonderland?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm calling the moist. What's it calling again? The big moist?
Yes.
Yeah.
With a not exactly audible hiss, several of the strange bar-shaped shadows you saw at the fridge factory slide into view from nowhere. They arrange themselves into a circle and orbit around the central point, which opens like an eye, revealing a diamond-shaped prism of black shadow. Man, are there any of the geometry professors around? They would really want to see this.
Oh, they have an ice spider with them for some reason. Don't worry about it.
things that I'm hitting.
Shadow creatures getting hit by gross cheese.
Don't worry about it.
I quite like cheese, so like this is some gross cheese.
You won. Take your non-Euclidean bullcrap elsewhere, bozos. A wooden statue with a metal diving helmet for a head. Oh. I need 2 more muscle. I can do that.
Yep, we got the ham necklace and the necklace. Wasp clasp.
Diving helmet. Hey, this is actually a real diving helmet. Good instincts.
How good a head is it?
Buy a pencil.
You got a pencil.
No radios in here.
Are there any radios to discuss in Lizard House?
You wander into an empty classroom and find a blackboard covered with complex physics equations. Internalize them. You study the equations until they become a part of you. You'll have to remember to check that box on your next census form. Oh yeah, and my stats are higher now, so I could probably do some of the things. What rooms were there things in that I couldn't do before?
I am like 7, 6 for like 46.
No.
This is something you must have
Yeah, I expected you to write it down in your notes.
There, it's not hard. 4B and 5.
There we go. Activated charcoal briquette. Plus, bottle of ice soda. Increases your cold armor by 5. They sure are doing some avant-garde things with soda flavors these days.
5 armor, that's proficiency.
It's only one type, though. Advanced collision physics. I think I've already... Yeah. 9 Moxie. Styptic pencil and Burtworth's finest tooth wax.
Which looks kind of like a bird.
Yep. Come on.
That sound of zipping and unzipping your pack seems so much.
And it's a zipper. Hey!
Hey, this is. And also, one of those you didn't take. I guess my identify kills. That is an interesting take I got on that joke.
One of the students left a biochemistry experiment unattended.
Really looks distressingly energetic. What's the other one? It's a radiation wisp.
1. This horrible dorm room is safe for disgusting undergrads once again. Sinister precipitate. This is part of the problem. Foobar. You're not sure if this is a type of food for food bar, if this is a typo of food bar, or if this is some sort of experimental snack that could turn out to be any other food.
It's a variable food. The amount of protein it contains is determined only at runtime.
Its nightstand is making a weird squelching noise. In the top drawer, a family of millipedes appear to have constructed a nest out of some chewed-up adult magazines. I'll leave it to you to imagine what that looks like.
Good job, millipedes.
This bed is a ghost? Stop being afraid of it. 8 spooky armor. That's a lot. Okay, that has 1 spooky armor. That's 2. I don't think I'm getting any more than that on this slot. Oh, 3. Okay, yeah, that only gets me up to 4. Make note of that. Is this room 6B, I think? March Minor. Yeah, 6B needs 8 spooky armor to stop being afraid of a freaky ghost bed. Oh, and 8 sleaze armor. That I can do.
Freaky ghost bed. Let me tell you.
I ain't afraid of no sleep.
Stop dripping everywhere you cup. You absolute cup.
You utter desk. You absorb as much of the information as you can without blushing so much that all the blood runs out of your eyes. Axis Reek. Another freaky ghost bed. Tin muscle. Might be able to do that.
Aw, that's what it is. I don't know when you got it.
Here we go.
If you put the ring on, you're still much fire.
Very strange music is coming out of this radio. Try to dance to it. Tin Moxie. I think I managed to do that last time. I don't... Well, maybe I did last time, but...
Yeah, you only need 2 more, so...
I guess that means I can't tune it to...
Math!
I mean...
Mathematics!
Oh great, some math major left his pet maths in here while he went on break and nobody's fed them.
Yeah, too much barbecue sauce.
That's not where it goes. 41 mysticality.
That's easily melted spider there. Same with the cascade.
Mm-hmm.
And that poor thing, you can just murder with your weapon just to increase your dang, you increase your viscality significantly.
This horrible dorm room is safe for disgusting undergrads once again. 2 Mobius cookies, excuse me.
Is that how it's pronounced?
Yes.
I thought it was just Mobius.
Up.
Yeah, it's a painting of the concept of up.
Some Jocklins are having a party in here. You weren't invited. They've got sneeze armor. So
Oh, yeah,
that's
they're dogs. They You can hurt them with your other attacks, I'm sure. Orange items do physical damage. This one looks like a chip.
Fustulento.
Inch damage. We can do the exact same amount of damage with your mind and increasing the skeleton by any time.
That's true.
We're doing the exact same amount of physical damage, I think. And power gem missile and reduce something's moxie on you.
Mistypes.
Another goes bad.
Yep, so 7B needs 9 spooky armor. This mini fridge only has a front. You can see from the back that it's empty. There's a planter full of dank herbs on this desk.
Only the dankest.
Fawn's Pity. The sink has been dripping for so long that a stalagmite has formed. This is a cool cabinet shaped like an armadillo, but the drawers are just drawn in marker. "11 Mysticality.
Find your dogs, birds. Barf. Barf. Wolf. Should be surprised at this.
Oh, 11. Shoot. Stance. Experience and points.
I see. Aren't you usually using the cheese grater ring and not another ring? It's been a while since you've used power rings.
It's true. Extremely chaotic fights could be fun. Yikes.
That's too much poison. Ow.
should,
Slay the Glorpy thing.
this will slay the Glorpy thing.
Oh, yes, I This kills the Glorpy thing.
What?
The fairy showed up and did some chaos. Very likely to be switched to the god chaos to give her no damage.
Loose radiation and roll of duct tape.
There was nothing in this room other than something to kill.
Mm-hmm. Robots. Student set up an elaborate robot security system to guard his room while he's away. Why is it raining?
Could it be the chaos ring?
Oh yeah. Oh.
You have far too much bleeding on you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it faded. Funny enough, stayed the whole fight. his own fire rescue.
Excellent. Scam discs. 12 Moxie. There's a wallet stuck behind this nightstand. It's hard to reach without moving the nightstand, which you refuse to do for some reason. Okay, can I get up to 12 Moxie? Actually, I think I'll take this one instead. The chaotic ones. Or the chaotic fights. Oh wait, yeah, why didn't I have that equipped?
That's a good question. What's the first part?
+1 Moxie. Because I'm trying to get up to 12 Moxie. Nope. Not happening.
It's not obnoxious enough.
Nope.
Obnoxious.
So if you could make note of that, 8B, 12 Moxie.
It is done.
Thank you. And 12 muscle. And 8C, 12 Moxie. Oh, Jesus!
What happened?
The whole party got one shot. You've lost a fight and you're not taking it lying down. Not anymore, at least. You were lying down for a while because of the way you got knocked to the ground. Rats.
Yeah, man, like, what did the guy do that did that?
He used an attack that hit everybody for 26 damage.
Ouch.
I don't need to walk all the way out. Loud crashing sounds and yelling from a nearby classroom attract your attention and curiosity. Cautiously poke your head in the door and then quickly poke it back out again to dodge a handful of bolts thrown by an angry robot. Several students are cowering behind overturned desks, and you crawl back there to join them as the two robots wildly throw junk everywhere. I remember this one. Here we go. You hear cheering and chanting coming from a ramshackle, abandoned-looking frat house and wander inside to see what's going on. What's going on is that some vampires have found a bunch of medical blood bags somewhere and have hooked them all up to the same line. One vampire is on the floor underneath the IV stand, desperately chugging from the tube, while the others are chanting, "Chug, chug, chug, chug." "Hey, who are you?" You were not invited. We have a party crasher in our midst." The other vampires give you menacing glares, except for the one on the floor who is still busy trying not to drown. Hypnotize them. You waggle your fingers at them hypnotically. You are getting sleepy. Are you attempting to hypnotize us? Well, yeah. Sleepy. That will not work on us. Are you sure? I'm pretty good. Just relax a little. No, see, we're not susceptible to sleepy. Cut it out, you're embarrassing yourself. Look, I've totally got this. I've done it a bunch of times. I believe you, but knock it off! Look, I'm determined to prove it to you. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna get my good pocket watch. I'll be right back. The vampires roll their eyes and sigh heavily as you leave.
That's the stupidest way to get out of a pit I've heard ever.
Back to receiver. Here's your receiver thingy. I hope it got enough clicks and bloops for you. Thanks. I'll give you a ring when I finish doing the math. Could you also give me a ring now? Alright then. Oh, hello again. I'm still running the numbers on all this radio data. Check back with me later, okay? Sure thing. Back to the big moist. I'm surprised I've only come across one fence. Nuts to this swamp. Look, my best glad rags are turning into actual rags. These stockings are silk. Well, I guess now they're silt. Oh, ha ha, you're about as funny as a rubber crutch. Come on, if we keep moving, we'll be done here sooner. Nothing doing. I ain't moving from this spot till I've got a proper set of pin covers. She drops a nickel into a nearby payphone and talks into it urgently for a minute. How on earth did you find a payphone in the middle of a swamp? I phoned my pop. He's sending along a pair of his old fishing waders. That isn't what I asked you. Before long, a delivery boy arrives with the waders and hands them over to Molly with the tip of his cap. Very fashionable. You'll knock him dead at the dance hall. Laugh it up, Buster. If anyone I know gets a peep on me wearing these, you're the one I'm gonna knock dead, savvy? Molly's maximum HP increases by 5. Yeah. Diving helmet. This box contains the exact right amount of air to make it float like this. Nature really is glorious. These dry goods have been forced by circumstance to no longer refer to themselves that way. See if there's anything good. The only container that didn't spring a leak, or rather get a leak sprung into it, is this can of Vichy Swaz. You got an item, rusty can of Vichy Swaz.
I know what that is.
What she said. These sadly ruined books all have titles like Solved Mysteries and Exciting Tales of Nonviolent Crime. A sunken chest. What terrible secrets might it contain? Ooh, it's a chest full of riches. Possibly cursed riches. Not that a possible curse is going to stop you from taking them, of course. You got an item, pile of silver bars.
You have access to an person machine.
You're not sure if this is enough silver bars to count as a trove, but it's at least a heap. It no longer matters whether this machine is hooked up to the water supply or not. Somebody left a scarf in here. You got an item, clammy scarf. If there was ever any evidence of this scarf being used to strangle someone to death, it's all been thoroughly washed away. Plus 5 hot armor. It's the second wettest scarf you've ever owned.
Second?
It's hard to tell how rusty these barrels were before the basement flooded, but it's also not important that you know that. Silver bars, fishy swaths, clammy scarf. Now where the heck are the rest of the keys? Remember, Ralphie, says a woman's voice, you mustn't ever open the door to strangers. A voice replies, okay, Mom, because it might be a kidnapper or murderer, right? Oh, I'm sure that would never happen, but it might be a vacuum cleaner salesman, and we already have one. You hear a woman's voice saying, please be careful around the kitchen knives, Rebecca, they're very sharp. I keep them that way because, counterintuitive though it may be, dull knives actually cause more accidents. Yes, Mother, I understand, the little girl's voice replies. Mom, a terrible ghoul stole the key to my nightstand. A woman replies, now dear, don't call your brother Ralphie a terrible ghoul. He probably hid the key in the potted plant in the hallway like he always does. Some dirt in a planter where presumably a plant in a planter once stood. There we go. You dig around in the dirt and find a key. So predictable, that Ralphie. Someone was trying to grow a key tree.
The person key can be used to open almost any lock without needing to find the respective keys. However, each opening of a lock increases the player's shadow taint. Ew!
Here's a creepy music box inside the drawer. Deal your moxie and spooky damage to all combatants.
That's pretty creepy.
It's pretty potent. Hey, Mom, would you grab me another drink, please? Gee, Pop, where'd you get all that treasure? Is it a cursed pirate horde stolen from the ruins of an ancient civilization? Haha, no, son, nothing like that. Just sound investments in perfectly normal and moral financial markets. For goodness sakes, Agnes, you're obsessed. Obsessed with taping things to the backs of paintings. Just like your aunt, One-Eyed Calpurnia Dauphin. You'll probably die peacefully in your sleep, just like she did.
Heat levels above 5 are no thing.
Who stole my golden arm? And a boy's voice says, oh, come on, sis, don't you know any other ghost stories? That's the only one you ever tell. Could this be the one-eyed Aunt Calpurnia? Considering the eye patch and the fact that the painting is labeled Calpurnia Dauphin. Here we go, sticky. Thank you. 7 days taped to the back of a brown painting makes one sticky. Okay, well that's not the key to that, which I'm surprised by. There's nothing locked in there. Nothing else locked in there. It's not the key to that. The tool chest contains one tool and one key, which I guess also counts as a tool, albeit an extremely specific one. So 2 tools then. Rusty. If rust were poetry, this key would be an ode to age and neglect. And a handsaw. Oh geez, is that blood all over the... Oh, no, it's just rust. Never mind. Oh my, Clarence! Why are you lying on the floor under your workbench? Are you alright? Were you attacked by a burglar or an axe-murderer? Calm down, Agnes. I'm fine. I'm just practicing changing the oil in our car. You open the cabinet door and examine the stacks of fine bone china. Wait, bone china? Perhaps human bone china? Oh no, the brand mark on the bottom is a pretty well-known company, so probably not. Anyway, you find a really fancy hat. Fine china helmet. Whoa! It's entirely possible that this is a gravy boat and that you're just using it upside down, but don't let that stop you. I don't want to forego too much defense, though. I'm still missing one key. Clarence, I'm so grateful that our family has never suffered from supernatural curses, serial murder, demonic corruption, or plague. I agree, dear. We certainly have been fortunate, and doubtless will remain so. Oh, there's one of the fences. Ralphie, why on earth do you keep flushing this fish zester down the commode? Have you been possessed by some otherworldly or demonic force? No, Dad, I just thought it would be a funny place to hide it, comes the reply.
I hate that they had a kitchen appliance known as a fish zester.
Can I listen to the radio in the flooded basement? I kind of doubt it, but... yeah, no, I can't. None of the rest of the china fits you. What am I missing?
This is described as a tangled web of...
Yeah.
So I have the mossy key unlocking the fridge. We got the kitchen drawer.
I'm only missing one padlock, and it's the one on the chest in the upstairs left bedroom. Cedar chest.
Have you tried to flush the toilet?
Yes.
You have the shiny.
Yes.
The disappointing key.
Yes.
Sticky key. Shiny key, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Bend the garage.
Yes.
Listen to the radio.
Mm-hmm. The guy was changing the oil. Practicing changing the oil. Wait a second. Is this the bench the woman on the radio was talking about? There we go.
Loose key! Yay! That beats a loose goose.
Perfumed wedding veil. And beyond the veil, nothing. Moxie and stench armor. Nice. Alright, that's all the locks.
Sweet.
You find an old medicine show wagon overturned in the swamp. Most of its contents have long since hazardously dissolved into the local ecosystem, but there's probably some stuff left. Nice. Hi, Pepperidge. Hello again, Clumsy. What can I do for you? Found your father's padlocks. Thank you so much. You didn't run into my grandmother by any chance, did you? What? No, was she supposed to be there? No, that would have been highly unusual if she had been, considering she died more than 30 years ago. Here's your padlocks. Marvelous. Once I've reaccustomed myself to standing on level ground, I'll be on my way. There's a big hobo camp near Ocean City that you might be interested in. I can give you directions. Ah, excellent. I think I will head that way now. Perhaps I'll see you there. Yep.
How about money?
Yes. Also about the third the third picket fence. In a gloomy grove of sunken cypress trees, a well-muscled woman stands waist deep in the opaque bog. Her hands rest on the pommel of the sword, its blade lodged in the muck. It catches your eye because it's not the type of thing you tend to see on the East Coast. What sword is that? This is the blade of your great aunt. Many moons ago it was entrusted to my family for safekeeping. Now it is yours to reclaim for a cost. What great aunt? Have you forgotten your lineage, boy? Time was every tavern and meeting house kept a place by the fire for Hilda Robot. Why do I have to pay for my family's sword? The security guaranteed by my family is unique and comes with a great price. Your great aunt knew this. It is why she placed the blade in our care. Okay, what's the cost? In time I shall ask of you a boon, and you shall be obliged to grant it. Sure, I can do a boon. Let's have the sword. Great Aunt's Greatsword. Muscle plus 5 physical damage. You may or may not have a great aunt, but nobody can deny that can deny you have a great sword. The sword has a satisfying heft. You can see why your great aunt liked it so much. But with it comes something quite unsatisfying. Something that makes you feel almost queasy and a little cursed. You got a perk. Swamp Geese. Oh no.
Oh, stinky.
This geese really grinds your gears. Perhaps that lady from the swamp will tell you soon about the boon she wants in exchange for this thing's removal. You geesed me? It's a simple magic binding you to your oath until such time as I have need of your service. On that day I will find you. Can we just do the boon thing now? But she's gone, slipped away into the dark waters of the swamp. That'll be a good sword. It's a great sword. Better be a good great sword. Monster Shack, no skeptics.
This is a very useful interaction, considering that
Yeah.
user.
The code reads, "These kids are alright." Well, that's pretty heartwarming. You're not sure if this is forbidding access or describing the shack's occupants. A tragic tale of an explorer who starves to death because it's too cold to build a fire. The narrator concludes by saying that they would never have gone exploring somewhere like that. In this story, an adventurer meets a harrowing end when he plunges through a sheet of ice and drowns. The narrator concludes by saying that if it were them, they would never have put themselves in a position where that could happen. Another story of a man freezing to death in the sub-zero west, and another conclusion in which the narrator rejects the premise entirely. I would never go somewhere cold, they write. I would never put myself in that position. You continue to plumb the dank depths of this vile repository. These jokes are so filthy they cannot even be paraphrased without giving great offense. Oh yeah, 9 hot armor, 6 stench armor, 6 sleaze armor. I'm sure eventually I'll find a book that grants spooky armor and cold armor. Inside you find not the decayed and crumbling tumble-down shack strewn with ancient wreckage that you were perhaps expecting, but an actually maintained and fairly clean tumble-down shack strewn with 12 to 14-year-old kids. What the? Hey, what are all you kids doing out here in the middle of this swamp? Why shouldn't we be? Because it's dangerous here. Yeah, but this is where the monsters are. That's why it's dangerous. Do you believe in monsters, mister? I believe the real monster is man. All 6 of the kids sigh and roll their eyes at you. Okay, I guess I deserved that. Do you believe in monsters or not? You can't join our monster squad unless you do. Yes, of course I do. It would be a real feat of cognitive dissonance otherwise. You mean you've seen them? Ooh, for really real? Well, yeah. Which one? Which one? Vampires? Oh, those don't count. Those guys are just weird jerks. We're looking for real monsters. I don't understand what real means in this context. Since you believe in monsters, you can join our monster squad. Otherwise, we can't tell you anything because it's a secret. Okay, I'll join. Great. It'll be nice to have someone who can reach the top shelf on these old bookcases we scavenged. Is that it? I'm a member now? Yeah, we used to have a big ceremony where you had to repeat a vow and stuff, but it took too long and we're all busy with our research. Come on in and have a look around. Thanks. This kid is messing around with some kind of weird mechanical contraption. What's this thing you're making? I don't really know yet. I'm just kind of messing around with it because I'm taking a break from my main project. Hey, do you know anything about the chupa naranja? I try to avoid spicy food. It gives me the hiccups. No, this is the kind of monster that eats oranges. They're supposed to be from way down south, but I don't know. But I know there's one in this swamp somewhere. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of trap I build, it keeps escaping. Do you want to try? Sure, why not? Great. Feel free to use my workbench over there. I've got plenty of spare parts and stuff. If you manage to catch it, bring me back one of its nostrils as proof, okay? A nostril? Not the whole head or pelt? Oh no, I don't want to kill it, just prove that it's out there. Okay then. Dozens of volumes of serial fantasy for young adults and older than average children. Well, there's The Challenge of Flame Part 7, but oh, what's this? Mascarpone's Monster or the Modern Provolone. An old-timey fantasy novel about a mad scientist and his doomed quest to create the perfect being out of cheese. A little sign on the table says Boris only. This cat had better be Boris or there's gonna be trouble. Boris hisses at you. He must know you're an outsider. Oh. Build a chupa naranja trap. He grabs some scrap metal from the bench and construct a very basic animal trap. Would you like to make any refinements? Tighten the spring. Adjust the torque. Tweak the trigger sensitivity. Add a battery. You connect a battery to a couple of random spots on the trap. That's sure to accomplish something. Add a fuse. Just in case. That's good enough. You carefully pick up the trap, then carelessly shove it into your sack. Let's go hunting. This kid is peering at a terrarium filled with flies and occasionally tapping on the glass. Hi there. Are you, into flies? Well, kinda. They're interesting once you get over the gross factor, but mostly I'm just studying these because what I'm really interested in is the flyman. Flyman? Yeah. Or maybe the manfly? I haven't decided which way is better yet. So what is the flyman and or manfly? He's a scientist that moved into the old Flimberg place. I did a little spying on him, and I think he's trying to turn himself into a giant fly. Why would anyone want to do that? I don't know. That's what's so interesting about him. Huh. She looks at her feet and blushes a little. Also, He's really handsome. For now, you mean? Well, yeah. I'd really like to meet him, but I'm too shy. Can you help me out? Sure, I'll help. Oh, well, thank you. Here, I'll show you where the house is. If you meet him, could you, bring me back a souvenir? Like what? Maybe, one of his chest hairs? Sure.
Sure, we'll steal one of Jeff Goldblum's chest hairs.
This kid has a ball cap with a sinister-looking triangle on it and is messing around with an elaborate homemade radio. Talk to him. Hi there. Hi. Say, you're a grown-up. Can you help me with something here? Where did the here come from? I'm not buying you any cigarettes. No. There's this swamp lady named Barbara Yargara. Everybody says she's just a fairy tale, but I know she's real because I've seen her hut right here in this swamp. But I don't know if she's the sort of swamp lady who eats kids or not. Swamp lady? Well, I don't want to call her a swamp witch or a swamp hag or stuff like that. It would be mean to judge her that way without having even met her. Sheesh, kids these days. Alright, I'll check her out for you. Great, thanks. Here, I'll mark her hut on your sponge map. Anyways, bring back a feather to prove you met her, okay? Barbara Yargara's swamp hut. She has feathers? I mean, from one of her pet birds. The stories say she has a ton of them. How will you know it isn't just an ordinary feather I found somewhere? Well, you seem like a trustworthy person. And why do you need me to bring proof at all? Because that's how quests work. Come on. Okay, fine. Nice hat. What's the triangle mean? Thanks. It's the Great Pyramids. One of them, anyway. Ever seen them? Only on your hat, not personally. Well, maybe you will someday. Sure, who knows. What's this book? List of vampire nests. It's like 400 pages long. Lots of vampires in this swamp. If you want to help, you can always go clear some of them out. Not right now. This kid is preoccupied with repeatedly smelling 2 large test tubes. Just huffing chemicals. What have you got there? Perfume samples? Kinda. This one is a combination of hydrogen sulfide and methane. Common swamp gas, basically. Ew, what's the other one? Coffee to clear the swamp gas smell out of my nose. Huh, okay, so why? I'm researching a creature known as the smell of the wisp. I've only run into it once, but I have a good memory for smells, so I figure if I can match its smell, that particular chemical mix will tell me more about it. Smell of the what? Wisp. It's a cloud of intelligent swamp gas. Some people say it's the ghost of a dead chili cook-off judge, but I think there's probably a more scientific explanation. You're telling me you're looking for an intelligent... The girl gestures sternly at a sign over her workbench. No fart jokes. Oh, come on. It's a smell of the wisp. No! Well, I don't know what to say then. If you're willing to help instead of making puerile goofs, I could really use a sample to analyze. Okay, I'll go find a smell of the wisp. Great, thank you. Here, take this. It should help you track the thing down. Nose trumpet. I just smell through this? Yeah, just follow your nose. A big cone designed to make it so people who have lost their sense of smell can still tell what they've stepped in. Alrighty then. This kid is studying far more intently than you ever did at his age. What are you reading? It's about Neanderthals and other early hominids. Unfortunately, I'm not finding anything useful in here. What are you looking for? The honey ape. What now? You've never heard of it? It's a very famous monster. It's a hairy primate or primate-like creature that's smaller than a human but with human-sized hands. Most of the legends call it Big Hands, but I'm pretty sure the Big Hands legend and the reports of honey ape sightings are referring to the same cryptid. That's interesting. I know it lives around here somewhere, I just haven't been able to find it yet. I'll help you look for it. That would be excellent, thank you. Here, I found some of its prints once and made a tracing. That might help you track it down. Try and get one of its fingernails as proof. How will a fingernail be proof? Because it'll be as big as a human fingernail, obviously. Alright. This kid is, Well, he's eating something. Hi there. Hi! I don't mean to be rude, but what's your deal, kid? I'm a moss man. You are, huh? Okay, well not really, but I want to be a moss man when I grow up. That's why I'm eating all this fertilizer. It's actually cornflakes. I'm just pretending. Okay, phew. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Some people say I'm crazy for believing in the moss man, though. But I know he's real. I've seen him. What's a moss man? A man made of moss? Yup, he's all fuzzy and green. It's so neat. Oh hey, you should go see him for yourself. Then if you bring back proof he exists, people won't think I'm weird anymore. Well, they might. Sure, I'll go have a look. Great. Here, I'll mark the place on your map. It's called Moss Rock Grotto. If you see him, try to bring back some moss as proof, okay? Okay. Oh, that's Molly.
This kid has a Thompson submachine gun.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Okay, so fences?
Mm-hmm. Distant frog sounds become less distant frog sounds as you find yourself very close to a lot of frogs. Location unlocked. The Frog Bog.
Cute.
Keep going where I was going. Yeah, that's way over there.
So, fences are boiling around. There's Dirch's place, the junkyard, bait shop. Bait shop.
Oh, really?
Isn't that in the past?
Yes.
I guess that makes sense. Here's painting fence. Fight Up Salon Town, Ovid's, Old Flemberg Place,
Oh, there's a lot of them. Okay.
Ross Place, Old Ham Mill.
Okay, well, hold on. This isn't so much a bird bath as a bird dirtier. Slimy noodlefish. Ask this gal for a treat. This cattail looks different from most of the others. This cattail is huge. It's like a lion tail.
It looks like she's potentially pregnant.
You cautiously enter the spooky hut and discover it's actually really nice inside. A young woman with a rather twig-oriented hat greets you. Oh, hello. Please come in. I don't get many visitors apart from the birds. I might be in the wrong place. Are you Barbara Yargra? That's correct. And you are? I'm Clumsy Robot. A pleasure. Come in, come in. Talk to her. This is a really nice house. To be honest, I was expecting everything to be a lot more, you know, witchy. Oh, you've heard the old stories. Those were about my granny. She was really into croning. Croning? Being a crone. You know, all the really old traditional magic stuff. She lived to be nearly 200 years old. When she passed, she left me this house and all her birds and so on. I see. Is that why you're here? Chasing the old legends of Barbara Yargra? Well, not exactly. I met a kid who's into the old stories, but he was afraid you might be the child-eating kind of witch, so he sent me instead. That's adorable! I don't think I've ever eaten a child, but there's no telling what was in Granny's stews. I'm not sure if that was meant as a joke or... Sure! Anyway, I'm supposed to take back a feather. To prove that I've met you. Okay. I can't just give you one, though. Are you sure? Yes, sorry. I have to give you some kind of test first. It's a traditional thing. What sort of test? Well, it's a lot of work keeping this room clean, what with the birds and all. I'm getting behind on my other chores. Or you could fight me. Fight you? Granny trained all these birds to be killers, but I haven't exactly been looking for trouble like she used to. Do. So they could use some exercise, you know? Can I have a little treat? Oh, sure, dear. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a breath mint. This breath mint was stuffed into the bottom of a purse in 1880 and only recently rediscovered. Thanks, Barbara. Tell me more about these chores. I need you to muck out the bird bath out front and pick the ripe cattails out of my cattail patch for me. That's only 2 things, isn't there a third thing? Of course, but I'll tell you about that after you finish the first 2. Okay, I'll do the chores. Great! You can tell the ripe cattails by how they look a little different, and I'm sure you saw the bird bath when you came in. Got it. You slop the filth out of the bird bath and hide it behind a tree where no one can see it. Ripe cattail, ripe cattail, ripe cattail. Hello, how are the chores going? I finished. Here's your cattails. Great, thanks. So what's that mysterious third task? Go down in the basement and fetch a sack of birdseed for me. Basement? How do you have a basement in a swamp? It's weird, I know. I think Granny's magic keeps it from collapsing. It, also makes it kind of scary down there. You have a flashlight, right? Yeah, I have a flashlight. This fuse box is broken beyond repair. You have no choice but to dwell in the darkness. Wow, Barbara wasn't kidding about it being uncomfortably dark down here.
Squeak!
Squeak! How long is this basement? You're pretty sure you should have reached the back wall by now. How much spooky armor do I need? I can get quite a bit from this, so... Makes sense why she keeps this thing in the basement. Turn back. You don't particularly want to know what this puddle consists of.
Goo!
The scariest thing about this is the kerning. Geez, that's a lot of rats. Are they whispering, "Get out"? You can hear that, right? It's not just me. Keep going. Excuse me, ratties. Oh good, the wall is bleeding here. The ground has started to shake and bits of dirt are falling from the ceiling. The rumbling noise almost sounds like someone growling, "Your soul is mine." This seems like bad news. Keep going. These must be the original Barbara Yagra's magic books. Unfortunately, it's dark as the inside of a dog down here. The ground is shaking more violently, furiously even. The walls howl, "Die, fool!" at you as rocks falling from the ceiling threaten to bury you alive. Okay. No, I don't have any more spooky armor.
No! Got a potion?
Maybe. Hats, weapons, offhand, accessories, rings, minutes, shoes, familiars, food. Potions. There we go, that'll do it. You sprinkle the fairy dust on your disposition, which immediately improves.
Emergency.
Finally, get the seed and get out of here. I'm gonna check out those books.
Too dark.
I have a flashlight. Hello, how are those chores going? Here's your sack of birdseed. You, kind of undersold how scary it is down there. Sorry about that. Maybe I can learn a charm to keep the mice away. And the voices? The bleeding walls? Doesn't sound familiar. Maybe your flashlight was acting up. Anyway, thanks. Here's that feather I promised. Thanks. Arcane oven. Small bird bath. Huh, I've never seen an indoor bird bath before. Oh, that was a gift. It's too small for my birds, though. If you like it, you can have it. Excuse me.
You like it, you can...
You really should have dumped the water out before you started carrying it around. Barbara does not appear to have set out a feast for her crows. This chess set is nothing but rooks on one side and nothing but doves on the other. Okay, now that I have finished up here... Fences.
Yep. Junkyard. Bait. 5 Salon Tau. Opens.
Hold on a sec. Did I get the one at Dirge's house? I think I might have, but I don't remember.
What did Polly Pons want?
No, I didn't get this one. She just gave me some stuff. That's once, twice, 3 times a picket fence painted to turn a tree boy back to a real one. Will should be pleased. So that's 3. Can I do more?
There certainly are more. Have you got one in the junkyard?
I don't remember.
Bait shop. 5 Salon Tau. Food store. The Flemberg place.
I think I did Ovid store.
Moloros place. The old Borge house.
Okay, so hold on. I couldn't keep that all in my head. I gotta set up the time toilet. You meet yourself on the road again. Good thing I'm not the Buddha. He gives you a worn-out look. Not quite 1,000-yard stare, more like 500. Not really in the mood for jokes right now, to be honest. Take this damn thing. He holds out a ring. Ah, jeez. Look, you know how this works by now. I took it, so you have to take it too. But I'm the earlier you. If I don't take it, then you won't have taken it either. I already did. Well, from your perspective, yes. That's the one that matters to me, and when you're me, you'll agree. Take it. Fine, fine. Mobius ring. Helps you help yourself in combat. This ring has only one side, so technically there's no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. What is it? A pain in the ass. You want my advice? Don't use it. Why not? Because you'll find out. Find out what? Why you shouldn't have used it. Ask Chester at Delphine Farm. He'll explain, except not really. He turns and leaves before you can ask any more questions. I guess I get up on the wrong side of bed that morning.
Weird. This sounds like really useful. But I guess it also, like, sucks you into hard fights or something.
Changed my mind about the outhouse. Pet store. Leave. Pet store.
Bait store, pet store. Who doesn't want a pet worm?
Break free and escape. Phew. Oh, it's another of those picket fences Will Hunter asked you about. No need to keep painting them. Paint it. Having fulfilled the conditions to overturn Will Hunter's curse, there is nothing further to be gained by painting excess fences, except by certain aesthetic standards, a more beautiful world. Paint it! For the more beautiful world? Yeah, sure. It has no obvious impact on any curses anywhere, but a nice and clean fence is its own reward. Okay. Is that the only one at Crystal Dream Lake?
The junkyard.
Ah, yes. I might have gotten that one, I don't remember. No, I don't think I did. Oh, hello.
Thieves. You're a robot. You can punch.
Rain. A throbbing ring of negative energy around a smaller, less throbbing ring of negative energy. You wrench the ring of shadow energy closed with your magic pliers. You really need to go to tool school.
French players.
Leave this junk behind? Yes.
Bear fence.
Somewhere. An inviting tub of piping hot water. Piping hot and clean water. Your brain is insisting that this is impossible, and the rest of your body is yelling at it to shut up. You take off your clothes behind the privacy of this narration box and slide into the tub. Your aches, pains, and various worries drift away in the luxurious steam. Ah. You sigh, delighting in the way your sigh causes the steam to blow around. You continue to relax in the tub until the water stops being hot. You gain an effect. Hot bath. Nice. Reluctantly, you leave the tub and dry yourself off with the towel you find in a nearby pile of trash before putting your clothes back on. That was fantastic.
That counteracts the guess.
This toilet is connected to some random rusty pipes. 60 XP.
Power of random toilets. Ding!
There we are. The picket you painted.
That's all in Crystal Dream Lake, I believe. This is the last place the old Anvil Forge house.
Not that I found.
Right up Tau and Oven's store.
Ovid's shop I definitely got. Phi Upsilon Tau. 14 meat. At this point, it's not your job to paint them, though it's starting to feel like your hobby. The work of painting is so soothing, it seems to be over in a second.
Oven's store. The old Tau from the house.
I think I got that one, too. Oh, look, there's a big shiny treasure chest on that tussock over there. What's a tussock? It's like a big clump of grass or a small hill. That's really not the important part here, though. How about that treasure chest? Are you sure that's what a tussock is? I thought that was a cassock. What? No, that's a thing that priests wear, like a close-fitting robe. I think you're thinking of a cassock. This is a cassock. No, it's not a cassock. That's a 17th century Eastern European cavalry soldier. I'm pretty sure you mean Calvary. Alright, that's it. I'm done. Forget the chest. There's no chest anymore. Just get on to the next thing. She's touchy. I'm not the one who doesn't know what words mean. Yeah, I did get this, Vince.
Hey, Vince. Duffin House, Lemberg Place.
Haven't been there yet at all.
Who's this? Oh, you should go to Will's Treehouse. I'm sure there's a turn-in for it.
Sploomf. Yeah, for the lover. What's with all these stinking mushrooms? I got spores all over me again. Why, I oughta... Don't shoot them, you'll just get more spores everywhere. Yeah, but I'll feel better about it. The binge ain't a solution for every situation, Buck, but it works more often than you think. Well, just wipe the spores off with this handkerchief. Don't get all bent out of shape. Oh, well, this never happened when I was working the strong-arm jobs. Well, except for the time that goblin exploded at me. This mailbox says Flimberg on the side. You casually commit a federal crime. Some viscous goo has rendered this house entirely decorative.
Hey,
You think people would pay to do this?
legendarily, one might say it's happened once. Can I help you, Tom?
A gas generator is providing power to the barn in exchange for pastoral ambiance. Oh no.
Well, I know where this is going.
A glass case with 2 giant horrible flies in it. The very small man inside the machine is clearly trying to get your attention. Hi? I'm clumsy. Do you need help? I absolutely need help, thank you. My name's Flimberg, Paul Flimberg. I moved back into my parents' old house here because nobody would give me lab space for my experiments. It turned out an assistant would also have been nice to have. What are you trying to do? Improve myself. You know, better, faster, stronger. At least one of those. But I put the wrong settings in the control console and all that happened was I shrank. You can't just change the settings? The door doesn't open from inside. But... Yeah, I didn't think it through. Okay, well, I can just let you out. No! Opening the door will depolarize the booth, and it takes months for the field emitters to recharge. Not to mention the fact that I'd have to collect all new supplies of genetic material, so the door can only be opened once. Geez, you really didn't think this through. What should I do then? You'll have to fix the settings on the console. What should I set it to? Clearly, if I knew that, I wouldn't have put the wrong ones in myself. Just make me better before you open the door. Better than what? Better than a normal guy. I don't know. I spent so long thinking about how I could build this machine that I didn't have any time left to think about why I built it. I'll see what I can do. The crazy controls for this crazy contraption.
Fun is catching.
Bench of welding tools and supplies. This shelf contains a lot of things that you don't know what they are or what they do. It's a workbench covered in tools. Fancy combat items. Nuclear bomb!
Why does it only do 10 damage? I'm surprised. Comfort bomb. Heal all enemies protect. Or all allies protect. That shield is weak. AP region?
Mm-hmm.
It's a powerful one. Next
Next to the workbench, there's a pile of much smaller workbenches. Take one. There are so many, he surely wouldn't mind. Tiny workbench. If this guy cared about these tools, he probably wouldn't have left them on the floor. Chunk of lead and 11-in-1 oil. Hey, how's it going?
Remember that doofy like RPG skit with like some dorks, and there's a guy with a knife. He's like, "Be careful, my knife's coated in poison."
Oh, that movie
It
that
looks
was
at
like,
it,
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
it explodes.
yeah, the Japanese movie that was, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this like happened in a stream or something, but someone did a bit of art of one Koseki Biju of exactly that scenario. My knife is coated in poison. Like, dead. I think the original might be a little funnier because the guy just has a moment to be like, I shouldn't have lived there. Hat of a fly.
I don't think a fly's lungs are going to help much. In fact, I'm not sure how a fly is going to help in any of these.
Because he's president
Aw.
Head. Is it the head of a fly or its normal head? For fly head, his speech, if any, is limited to shouting buzz.
Yeah, that sounds not good. One moment. I'm going to hit my knee.
You should avoid that.
Yes, I should. Oh.
So you have options.
Oh?
You can create and fight a horrible monster.
I don't like the sound of that.
The giant flyhead on Flumberg's body, or the giant flyhead was once Flumberg? You can make him mostly human, but with a fly's body. Actually, it does a red bull for that. You can do various things that annoy him, like human body, human head, human size, that would be the door, the fly size, the planes turn on the horn, people just different. If you give him a fly's head and fly size, you get Flumberg, fly body, or Flumberg, the fly-headed homunculus human body, as a familiar. You also take a chest. His capabilities of familiar are improved if his lung and body match. Luckily, he keeps his stat regardless of the assay.
What does he do as a familiar?
Let's see. Fly-headed homunculus. Attacks your enemies with sleeves damage and human lungs. And weakens them. Deals his muscle and sleeves damage to all enemies. Target muscle 3. If you get human lungs instead of fly lungs, it also reduces the stats of all enemies by its musicality, which starts at 2. So, minus 3 damage. Yeah, so 3 sleeves damage to everything. Minus 2. Ooh, boy. That's for the fly-headed homunculus. Once a man is now a giant fly, they are not the other. Attacks your enemies with physical damage and fly lungs, also weakens them. Does his muscle and physical damage to lungs, starting at 4. Matching the lungs, reduces stats by 7. Fly. Or you can get 40 XP and suddenly happy by making just like a dude. What will you do, bonus?
And hat doesn't matter?
Apparently not.
Okay, so that is the one that makes him happy?
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that. Flimberg is now a giant fly with a human head. Oh god, one sec, I'll try again. No, wait, this one is pretty great actually. What? I can fly and I have the proportionate strength of a fly scaled up to human size. What's not to love?
You
Now
can
what?
give me his own hat back and he'll have a hat. It was only for the familiars that the hat didn't matter.
Ah, okay. You sure you like this? Having a huge fly body? Wouldn't you? I don't understand your objection. Okay. You You let Flimberg out of the booth. Heck yeah, I can't wait to get up to all kinds of giant fly stuff. Well, before you go, I need to get a chest hair off of you. Do I still have those? Okay, well, whatever, sure. Thanks, it's for... I probably don't want to know. I'm out, see ya. Okay, bye. Okay.
You did the Flimberg thing.
A spot of color in this drab swamp catches your eye, and you find a pile of withered orange husks in front of a shallow cave. This must be the lair of the Chupanarana. Fortunately, it isn't home right now, or maybe since you aren't an orange, it wouldn't be dangerous to you anyway. That almost certainly isn't true. Set your trap. You set your trap and hide behind a nearby bush to wait for your prey. After a while, you start to get very bored and remember that people who hunt with traps don't typically sit and wait for the prey to show up. Instead, they leave and come back later. That's kind of the whole point of animal traps. Leave and come back later. Careful now. Many a boy's been radicalized up in the old secret treehouse. Huh. Well, now that's funny. Earlier there wasn't an old bushy-bearded man in the treehouse, and now there is. Not ha-ha funny, perhaps, but ha-ha? Har-hap? Why, mister, it's me. It's Will Hunter. It worked. You lifted the curse with nothing more than some paint and a brush. Har-hap? I feel like laughing, too. I ain't never been so full of joy, not ever. Are you alright? Alright, look at me. I can waggle my toes and raggle my nose. I got bones in my hips and blood in my lips. I'm a boy again. I got the old flesh back, mister. Tain't never been better. That's great, Will. Only thing is, I still got tree sap coming out when I sneeze, but that's a different curse. Can I help with that one? No, the thing is, that curse can only be lifted with the power of imagination, which as an adult you've lost. Why are you old? Old? Will Hunter old? I tell you what, mister, you're only as old as you feel. How old do you feel? Early 70s. Will pats his gaunt stomach. Suppose I have packed on the years. Kept on growing up while I was in that tree. Some ways I was probably better off staying a tree, because then I could have just lived about forever. But no, I gotta be human, else how would I do my mischief? What mischief? Various mischiefs. Can you give me an example? Hey, you've skipped out on Sunday school once or twice. Anything else? Stole a horse station?
What?
Never heard of a horse station. Because it ain't there no more. I recall some talk of a reward. I ain't forgotten. I promised you my greatest treasure, and here it is, the shiniest thing I got, a sure enough crystal. Not so shiny marble. Why, with this big old marble, you'd be the envy of every 19th century boy, although even an undiscerning boy would probably hold out for something just a little shinier than this. Thanks again for painting them fences. What's this? Why, that's a bona fide marble, mister. You can play with it, keep it in your pocket, put it in your mouth to talk worse. What will you do now? It's been a while, but I seem to remember that on the day I was supposed to whitewash that fence and instead went trout fishing, I was also due down the courthouse to help a man wrongly accused of murder. How long ago was this? July? What year? I'd say 1876. It's 1928. Yikes. Reckon I shouldn't stop for breakfast then. Let's hope no trout distract you on the way. Why, you heard about some? Think like a tree and take your leave. of the items on this table are either made of or covered in moss. Well, if this isn't the moss man that kid was talking about, you've got a real unusual coincidence here. He doesn't exactly look fearsome, but if you're looking for a fight, it might be best to take advantage of surprise. Talk to him. Excuse me, are you a moss man? Yep, that's me, Clyde Mossman. Pleased to meet you. Hi, I'm Clumsy Robot. Welcome to my humble abode. I ain't get many visitors, except some weird kid I sometimes see peeking around the trees. Are you actually Moss Man? I ain't quite sure I get your meaning. That's my last name, like I said. Yeah, but are you a human person or some sort of moss swamp creature? I get that this is a strange and possibly rude question. Well, I weren't always this way, but I've been living in this swamp a long time. Just kinda dug in and got comfortable. The moss just sorta grows out of me natural-like now instead of hair. Guess it happened so gradual and I got so accustomed to it, it didn't occur to me to question it. Whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to give you some kind of philosophical crisis. No apology necessary, friend, but it is something I'm going to be chewing on for a while. Can I, have some of your moss? Excuse me? You drop an existential bombshell on me and now you're asking for part of my body? I'm really not in top social form today, I guess. I do need some of that moss, though. Well, I'll tell you what. Help me solve this puzzle of whether I'm a man or a monster, and I'll give you some moss. Well, the way I see it, you seem intelligent and can hold a conversation and haven't tried to murder me for my delicious organ meats. How do you know they're delicious? So I figured, what does it really mean to be a human anyway? You may well be less Homo sapien and more whatever the technical term for moss is, but what does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? What's really important is just being a good person, whatever kind of person you are. Well, that's real, even if it's an extremely weird kind of person. Well, that's real good of you to say, friend. I guess that answers my question. Great. Here, let me give you some of my moss, like I promised. He peels off some of his mustache and hands it to you. Got an item, Moss Man's mustache. Thanks. Say, are you a hobo? Heh, well, ain't the thing about hobos that they're always on the move? Feel like I'm practically the opposite of a hobo. I happen to know a group of hobos that have settled down and built themselves a pretty nice camp. I bet you'd be welcome there if you're interested. Well now, I do value my solitude, but it certainly couldn't do any harm to visit and see. In fact, I do believe I'm due for a vacation. You mark the location of the hobo map on Clyde's map, and he heads off into the swamp with a wave. This moss is twinkling for some reason.
It's like living room furniture. Made out of some rocks.
Frog bug.
Frogs!
You catch a whiff of burnt rubber and see a column of smoke drifting into the sky nearby. As you get closer to the site, you see that a small airplane has crashed into the mud, or perhaps splatted or glorped into the mud. I'll check it out later.
Splorp. Aw, look at them all.
Mm-hmm. Frogs are talking. Hey, Ribbit, hey, help, Ribbit, help, buddy. You clear your throat. There was a frog in it. Haha. Maybe don't use that joke when talking to the frogs, though. Hello, frogs. Frogs, humans, frogs, humans, humans, frogs. Frogs, humans, Ribbit, Ribbit, frogs, not, humans, not, frogs. Wait, are you saying you're humans, not frogs? Yes, Ribbit, right, Ribbit, yes.
That's why they're not just frogs.
You think about what it would be like to be trapped in a frog's body. After a few seconds, you stop thinking about it because you don't like thinking about things that fill you with harrowing existential angst. How did this happen? Quarry, ancient Quarry, statue, frog, god, frog, statue, curse, cave, ancient, statue, ancient. It's kind of hard to understand you with everybody talking all at once. Could you all stop talking except for one frog? Frogs share, single, frogs, mind, all mind, single, all, share, single. All frogs share a single mind. Wow, that's incredible. This changes, actually you can't think of any significant consequences of what you've just learned. You try to remember the last time you interacted with a specific frog as an individual, and it was, that biology class. Probably best not to bring that up. Is there some way I can help you? One of the larger frogs hops up to you and coughs loudly. A shiny green object flies out of its mouth and sinks into the water. Grab it. You roll up your sleeve and plunge your hand into the nasty water. Your fingers find a hard object, which turns out to be, wow, shiny, gleaming emerald. You turn back to the frog. This is the most beautiful thing a frog has ever barfed at you. What should I do with this? A second frog approaches and belches up a soggy piece of paper. You decide to just look at it instead of touching it with your hand. It appears to be a shipping label from a nearby quarry. Hain Quarry. Ow.
Good luck. Pivot, careful. Pivot.
Crash that.
Pivot.
Find an old medicine show wagon. Right.
Man. Your scarf is out of control.
It's a grumpy-looking pilot. Seems like you've got kind of a problem here. Huh, you think? Yeah, 3 kinds of problems I got if you don't count the headache. My plane being stuck ass downward in this swamp is just the most obvious one. Anything I can help with? My name's Clumsy, by the way. Rhonda Rasmussen, and hi. Hi, and yeah, if you've got some time on your hands, you can bet your buns I can use it. What happened? I'm looking to be the first to fly a plane all the way around the swamp in one go, see? Nearly made it too, but first to fly nearly all the way around the swamp won't be making any newspaper headlines. Now look what I got. A plane half buried in the muck, tainted fuel, and even if I get those sorted out, there ain't enough runway here for me to get flying again.
Tainted fuel. Tainted fuel.
Plane seems real stuck. Oh, you noticed, huh? Yeah, it's sticking up out of the ground there. Mm-hmm. Right, yep, sure is. The way Rhonda's staring at you starts to make you a little uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else, shall we? What's wrong with your fuel?
General contractor. Yep. That's in there all right.
When I landed, the fuel tank got full of swamp water, which I don't know how well versed you are in the chemistry of aircraft fuel, but not good for it. Not good for it. So I siphoned the tank dry, figured it wouldn't be that big a deal since I've got a can of backup fuel. Ooh, let me guess, that's full of water too? And nothing so bad that it can't be a little bit worse. Can that be fixed somehow? Well, technically, yeah, it just needs to have the water distilled out of it. I don't have anything like that kind of equipment, though. Maybe I can dig something up. That'd be great. Any basic distillation setup should do the trick. It ain't rocket science, just airplane science. That's a much slower kind of science. Here's the can. I'll see what I can do. What's involved in building a runway? With enough tar and macadam. Is that how that's pronounced?
I have literally no idea.
I could slap down a quick and dirty runway. Dirtier than quick for certain, but it'd be good enough to get me out of here. I've got plenty of tar, but where did you get that barrel of tar anyway? You know, that's a funny story, but anyway, I need a load of macadam to go with it. What is that? It's like gravel for fuss budgets. For my purposes, I need a load of rocks exactly 3 centimeters across. That isn't very many rocks. Each individual rock is 3 centimeters across, not the whole load together. Oh. I could go look for some rocks that size? Well, that'd be great. Come to think of it, I believe I passed an old quarry on my way down. Didn't get a close look because I was kind of distracted, but I can mark it on your map for you. A different quarry. Can't go myself. I need to stay here and guard the tar. Okay, I'll go take a look. This is the most diagonal plane you've ever encountered. Consider your options. Four oxen, one wagon tongue. Telekinesis. Close your eyes and reach out with your feelings. Then you cause your feelings to magically coalesce into a giant hand made of pure energy, which easily plucks the plane from the mire, while also avoiding being a super dumb and anachronistic pop culture reference. Thanks, feelings. Ow. Ow! She bit me.
She gave you a warning sound.
This plane is now parallel with the plane of the ground.
Apparently, it's common for female cats to bite like that. They tend to consider humans family members, and girl cats kind of take it upon themselves to keep kittens in line. And so, when you don't mind your manners, they'll often feel the need to correct you. So when you didn't listen to her warning and kept screwing with her, she felt you needed a lesson.
There's a note on the door. Drive efficiently. Excess gas use will be deducted from your paycheck. Management. This guy seems a bit,
How do you do that front thing?
Hi there. This might seem like a strange question, but do you know anything about a curse? Your attitude says no, but your everything else says yes.
Okay, that's just an actual frog in a person's body.
Foreman. This man doesn't look very happy to be a frog, or the other way around, or whatever. Hi there. Nice suit, you look like a fancy guy. I guess you basically won the frog lottery, huh? Your assumption was correct. It's a bookshelf full of books. It's all books on management with titles like Shaking the Invisible Hand, You Deserve More, and How to Get Blood Out of the Turnips You Hired.
Yeah, I think the frog can keep that body.
A painting of a safe. Is that meant to be reverse psychology? Look behind it. You push the painting aside and find, surprise, a safe. Unfortunately, it's a key-type safe, and you don't have the key. Not that a combination lock would have been much better, but you could have twiddled the dial and hoped to get lucky. The foreman's desk, presumably. Dig through it. You find a key labeled Mess and a gun labeled Bess in two different drawers. There's some papers and stuff, but none of it seems significant to you.
It's a good gun.
That is a good gun. This was both the foreman's gun and his wife. I don't want to know what he did with that gun. Personnel files for everybody who works at or has ever worked at this quarry. You give the files a quick riffle through. They tend to be very thin. People who were hired and then quit real fast. There's only a handful of current records, and they aren't very interesting. This hat rack is dressed like a cowboy. Take the hat. Intimidating Stetson. +1 muscle, +1 moxie. That's a good hat. When you see a guy wearing a hat like this, you think to yourself, this guy has a good sense of style and is probably about to punch me for no reason.
Yeah, when you think about it, that frog is actually... It's a pretty decent situation for the frog. Most frogs do not have access to that kind of power.
This door is locked, so the food won't escape, presumably. There we go. You leave the key on the nearby windowsill. As advertised, it's a mess. Ha.
It's larger than most frogs. Far stronger.
From the looks of the crust on these dishes, the food here wasn't very good even before it spoiled. This range doesn't even have a gas line connected to it. I guess you could warm something up to room temperature. Looks like these people got so hungry they started eating the cabinet doors. Nothing in here but junk. This table is swarming with flies.
Good, call in the frogs.
This is either a guy who thinks he's a frog or the soul of a frog trapped in the body of a guy, or a really good method actor rehearsing for Toad of Toad Hall. Hi, excuse me. Have you seen any cursed frog idols around? He sticks his tongue out as a fly buzzes past and seems confused and disappointed by its length. Hoo boy, okay, good luck. All of the oil in this lamp is dried up. Huh, there's only one bed. The S on that bunk sign must have been a typo. Some cruel soul turned this radio to static and then walked away. Presumably, these lockers are where the employees keep their personal possessions. That frog lady's watching and seems real agitated. Better leave them alone. This lady seems real nervous about something, although the way she's hopping around on the floor makes it difficult to judge her body language in a regular way. Hi, ma'am. Can you tell me, can you communicate to me in some way? Anything about a curse? Oh, jeez, please don't do that thing with your neck. Here's another one of these froggy men. Hi. If I asked you if you were a frog trapped in a man's body, would you have any way to answer that question that I would be able to understand? I guess I don't know what I was expecting. This frog person seems more cheerful about the situation than the others you've seen. Hey, don't touch that! Ah, a talking, man. That's right, I'm a human man and not a frog at all. I have reason to believe that you're actually a frog in a man's body somehow. Well, it's my body now and I'm keeping it. I don't need any dry-skinned leg walkers coming in here and... Holy hop, you've got the missing eye! This big emerald? Yeah, I was just noticing that it looks an awful lot like that other one. Okay, I absolutely need you to step away from that statue, right hopping now. You don't want me to fix it? It's very important. It's an ancient idol of the frog god, and when the humans blasphemed against it by removing that eye, this particular human right here, I might add, they were cursed with the great croaking one's righteous fury. Oh, so that's why all the people here and the frogs in that bog nearby. Yeah, you guessed it, it's the old Freaky Friday routine. I don't know what that means. Forget about it. The point is, the humans did the crime, so now it's the frog's time to shine. And if I put the eye back... If you put the eye back, it undoes the curse, yeah. Oh, Hop, maybe I shouldn't have told you that. Those frogs, people, really want their bodies back. Well, so hopping what? Hop them. Jeez, man. Look, take your inherent pro-human bias into account and consider the justice of the situation, okay? These people come rolling in here with their machines and stuff, tear up our land, spill oil and gasoline everywhere, then they find this ancient religious icon, and the first thing they do is try to loot it. These aren't good people, and they got what was coming to them. Well, what should I do? I'll tell you what you do. Take the other eye out of the statue. What? I don't want to be a frog. Nah, don't worry about that. It won't curse you. What it'll do is make the original curse permanent. No takebacks, no do-overs. That's justice, Tadpole. Tell you what, I'll sweeten the deal. You can keep the emeralds. Heck, I'll make a necklace for you. You like necklaces? I'm still getting used to having a neck myself. Well... I'll think about it. I'll think about it, or I'll think about it lie. I'll think about it. Well, considering that I haven't really figured out how to work these fists yet, I can't do much to stop you either way. But I'm warning you, if you put that eye back, you're gonna find yourself on the wrong side of history, pal. Uh-huh. Judging from the smell and the thick cloud of flies, that is not a place for a good time. Let's not go back there unless you have a really good reason. I want to remove the curse then?
Emerald necklace of +7 to magical effects.
Yo.
Magical weapons.
What is it, Remy?
Wearing this is like having a less powerful, no angry frog on because it's staring out of your chest. She doesn't like this. Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Frog man, same frog. How do I know that? Nobody's happy with this except for Outer. And you have that necklace, especially if you use magic weapons.
Oh, so there's only one frog that actually likes it.
We can destroy the pile of the flag hammer for giant maggot.
Ew.
It's
Not familiar?
hat.
Ew.
+1 muscle musicality and moxie.
Oh. That's nice.
It's a good hat. But ew. It seems to really enjoys riding around on your head so you have a good hard to kill it. Curse except for the jerk who earned it. That's not
So we can talk about it some more.
This is a bit.
Ah.
So I think solving the big door puzzle might be a good thing to do next week.
Okay, well, I've already started this dialogue and I can't just exit it from here. So. Why do you want to be a human so much? Because it's exciting and new. Check out these thumbs. Are you kidding me? Some of the climbing type frogs have rudimentary thumbs, but not like these tadpoles. I'm going to give so many thumbs up to people, it's going to be great. Thumbs are pretty good. I guess I don't appreciate mine enough. Right? Forget being a frog. Being a frog sucked, and I guarantee the others agree with me. Well, if you say so. The humans can have those dumb frog bodies. Serves them right. A frog gave me this emerald. How is that possible? Oh, that was probably me. I mean, him. Try that again? His human's mind in my frog body. I was hopping around in here when it happened. He probably woke up first and stole the jewel. Again, that's just like him. At least I assume so, based on the only fact I know about him, which is that he steals jewels. How do you know how the statue works? I just kind of know. It's like, Remy, get off my desk.
That's what it's like, really? It's weird. Specific.
It's like I can hear the frog god speaking to me through the idol, sort of. Not exactly, it's hard to explain. Gosh, maybe you're the frog chosen one or something. Well, I'll try not to get a swelled head about it. Your head is bigger than your whole body was before, though. Yeah, good job. That was literally the joke I was making. Try to keep up, kid. I see. Why don't you take the gym out yourself? I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't exactly have fine motor control over this body yet. I can't even stand up straight without falling over. You're doing pretty well. The others can't even talk yet. Oh, really? Must be because I'm the frog chosen one. I mean, you might be. Kid, I am pretty sure that's not a thing. Seems rude to do this to those people. Don't take their side. They deserve what they got. They deserve to be turned into frogs? That's right, they do. Those guys blasphemed against the frog god, and being stuck with those dumb frog bodies is their just desserts. Okay, but are they all guilty? That one frog gave me the emeralds to fix the statue with. He seemed like a pretty good guy, at least. That was the one who stole the eye in the first place. He's the particular guy who wrecked the statue. Maybe he feels bad about it? Oh, I'm sure he does now that he's being punished. If you can't take the slime, don't do the crime. Well, Look, kid, if you're trying to convince me to change my mind about this, well, it's not working. Shoot. If you want to try the argument again, be my guest. I haven't got anywhere else to be at the moment. I don't know that I've got any more points to make. Well, maybe if you make them in a different order, it'll help. This is the first time I've ever had an argument with anyone, so I'm still figuring it out myself. Let me catch my breath for a second. Okay. So we can try that next time. Yeah. That'll do us for tonight. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will be back Saturday night to continue Control. More of this next Thursday. And if I can be awake and feeling up to it in the afternoons, maybe continuing Octopath Traveler. Now, let's see who's around to raid. Seahorse is around to raid. Let's go raid Seahorse. So, thanks again. Hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.